Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are at our Community Redevelopment Agency regular meeting. We're going to have the doors closed and the audience silent. Thank you. Thank you. The doors should be closed. We are people. I cannot hear up here. The audience cannot hear. You have to be quiet in this chamber. There are no sound cushions in here, so you have to be quiet so that you can hear the dais. Thank you. This is the Community Redevelopment Agency regular meeting. It is August the 27th, 2025. The time is 6:16. Madam Clerk, sir. Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Chair Lanier,
Yes,
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
present.
Commissioner Guyton,
Here.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Here.
Commissioner Davis Paneer.
Here.
Also present on the dais, Attorney Chris Smith with Pittman Law Group, Jadelle Mercius, Executive Director, Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, Shirley Desir, Interim CRA Clerk.
Thank you. We will now have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Commissioner Miller Anderson. We have the part of the agenda that calls for additions, deletions, or substitutions. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions for this agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to add the participation of the mayor in the city or in the CRA meeting.
Okay, we can put that before the consent agenda.
Okay.
Any other additions, deletions, or substitutions? I am looking at a 7C, and I have not gotten all the information that I need for 7C. This is for the 1851 Broadway project. Do I have any objections to pulling this for the night? That is 7C. It is resolution number 2025-14, 1851 Broadway.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
is there a reason we're pulling this?
Yeah, I needed some more information from it. I have not gotten it, and it's not no fault of the director, but I haven't gotten the information that I needed to be able to make a decision about this.
Thank you. No objection.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Are there any objections to this?
No.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I didn't hear you correctly. You said that you needed some documents or you needed some more.
I needed more information, but not from you and from some other staff.
Okay,
Yes,
understood.
thank you. Any objections to 7C?
No, no, Madam Chair, if you are
Thank you.
unready.
Please make note of that, clerk, in regards to 7C. Are there any disclosures by commission or staff in regards to any of the items that are listed on this agenda this evening?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I've had meetings with representatives from the Riviera Beach Housing Authority.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes, go ahead.
yes, I've met with the exact development, and I've met with other developers with respect to items that are going to be discussed tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
okay, I met with the Housing Authority as well.
Very good. If there are not any other disclosures or deletions or substitutions, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That vote passes 5-0.
We will come to the consent agenda, but before that item, we need to bring another item to the table in regards to the mayor's position on the dais. I would like for our attorney to give us some background. I got a letter today, and then again at like 5 this evening, so we need some clarity about this position and how this works for the CRA.
Madam Chair, Chris
Yes,
Smith,
go ahead,
on
sir.
behalf of CRA. I was requested by a councilperson to answer the question whether the mayor can sit on the dais of the CRA. In researching the bylaws of the CRA, which is silent to the mayor's participation in the CRA, looking at other documents within the city, although they're not controlling, they do give some clarification, as in the utility board documents. They give the mayor the right to sit and participate in that board. So, being that he was included in one board, the mayor's position was included in one board and excluded and not even mentioned, I gave a determination that the mayor could not by right, because it's not in the bylaws of the CRA, sit on the dais and participate in the meetings. Subsequent to that legal opinion, I was asked another question. The second question was, what are there any actions that the board can take? So I answered that question. The board has a few options. The courtesy can be extended to the mayor, and my understanding is that courtesy was extended to Mayor Masters back in 2009. The courtesy was extended for that mayor to sit on the dais and participate as a non-voting member. That tradition had carried on. So my answer to that second question was that the chair, as a courtesy, can allow an ex, and let's call the mayor an ex officio member, to sit on the dais, but cannot grant that mayor voting rights. That has to be a bylaws change. Or it can be a motion by a council person with a majority vote allowing the mayor to sit on the dais as an ex officio member, non-voting member, but participate. Even the courtesy extended by the chair can be discontinued by a majority of the commission. Meaning, if the chair gives courtesy for someone to sit on the dais, but the majority of the council says, no, we don't want that person sitting here, the chair is bound by that. So those were the two answers and that I gave. One, that the mayor does not have by right under the bylaws of this organization the right to sit on the dais. And the second answer are the two ways in that the mayor can sit on the dais.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so Attorney Smith, can you tell me where it says that we have the right or the chair has the right to appoint the mayor as an ex officio member? I mean, I've looked at the charter. You don't seem to be responding to the charter. The city charter specifically states that the mayor does have a voice at city council meetings. The city charter also states that the mayor sits with the utility district, but the charter specifically states that the members of the CRA are the 5 members of the city council. I don't see anywhere where the mayor is mentioned, so I don't understand where we would have the authority to circumvent the charter. If they want to change the charter, we can change it, go ask the people in the community to change the charter.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
along those same lines, that the mention of the mayor is silent in the charter. That also says that there's nothing prohibiting that. There's no language that says he cannot. And if there's no language that says he cannot, I'm not an attorney, there is no prohibition for this board to make a decision because there's nothing in the charter or the ordinances that is specifically prohibiting that. And at the appropriate time, I'm ready to put a motion on the floor to allow the mayor to participate as the non-voting ex officio member.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Attorney Smith, one more question. Uh, With respect to the charter does say that the mayor has a voice at city council meetings. It does say that the mayor sits on the utility district. It does say that we have 5 board members make up the CRA board. What is your legal opinion? Didn't your legal opinion say that because it is stated specifically where the mayor does sit and have a voice, and therefore when it doesn't say it, therefore the law is on the side of him not participating? Is that correct, based on the opinion that I read that you gave us this morning?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So the legal interpretation will be the charter, and one, this is an organization that goes under Florida statute. We're statutorily organization. So the city charter can give us guidance, but we're a creation of Florida statute. Uh, the charter does not prohibit that. So I would take so legally, we would be able to do it if the charter doesn't prohibit. We can't do anything that the charter prohibits. But if the charter is silent to it, because the other interpretation could be if the charter did not want the mayor sitting or participating in a CRA meeting, the charter would say we don't, the mayor cannot participate. But because the charter is silent and everything else is silent to it, there's no prohibition to just a participation. For the mayor to be granted voting status in any way, that would have to be a bylaws change and as you would say, I would look again to the charter to do a change. But participation is not prohibited. So there would be no prohibition of this board by majority vote voting to let the mayor participate.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so then if the chair or if this board decided that they would like my next door neighbor to sit as an ex officio member of the CRA board, they could do that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
In other words, it's basically open to anyone. We have the authority to appoint anyone as an ex officio member of the CRA board to sit on the dais. So if you decided your next door neighbor is a good friend of yours and you'd like them to sit on the board, you would have the authority to do that. Doesn't, common sense should always prevail. It doesn't seem to make much common sense right now.
Yes, go ahead.
There's no prohibition to a majority of the board. So if your next door neighbor gets a majority of the board's vote, now that next door neighbor could not vote on an issue, but could participate in that position. And that is done numerous times. If someone is an expert in a particular field, it is often done that expert is seated in a position and allowed to participate, but not vote. There's a clear distinction between voting membership and just participation. And so that's what the questions were today regarding participation.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I would just state that I think we're opening up a can of worms and we're setting a bad precedent for the future.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for the floor?
Yes, you do. Yes, we do.
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
Right, well, Madam Chair, so is this about the mayor not being able to give input, or is it about him being able to sit here? Because either way, I'm clear he does not vote.
Right.
So
Yes.
it's just a matter of him sitting up here and,
Yes. I
Okay.
think that's what it is.
so one more clear, if he sits there, can he still participate in the discussions? Or,
It is the determination of this board for participation, and as we talk about precedents, the two past mayors have sat on the dais and have participated in discussions and without voting. Mayor Master sat there, and Mayor Felder has I sat here numerous times, have seen them. So precedent has been set, and there's no prohibition against them. But to answer your question, in particularly, is it's the determination of the board of where the mayor can sit and how what type of participation the mayor can have. Is voting would be the one thing that you cannot do by majority vote.
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Um, Commissioner Guyton.
Yes, I move that we allow the mayor, Douglas Lawson, and I'm being specific, so anyone that reads this in the future doesn't think that it carries over to every mayor. If a board want to come in and they don't want to allow somebody, that's be their choice. But I move that to allow Mayor Doug Lawson to participate in the CRA meetings on the dais as a non-voting ex officio member.
Second. Very good. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes,
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
No.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That vote passes 4 to 1 with Commissioner Guyton. I'm
So
sorry,
Mayor, bring
I
the
apologize.
table,
No, Commissioner.
No, Commissioner Spiritus dissenting.
uh, we can have the mayor drag his table over here.
Yes.
We're having our guys bring them up right now.
Could we take a 5-minute recess?
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
5 minutes, 5 minutes. resume our meeting. We are at the part in the agenda of our consent. Our consent agenda is routine board business. The consent agenda is approved by single majority vote. Items may be removed for open discussion at the request of any of the commissioners. There are minutes and invoices that are listed on our consent agenda. Do anyone want to pull any of those? With none, can I get a motion to approve the consent?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton, Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Spiritus,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
We're gonna have, and can I do this in the middle of the meeting? Because we have presentations, and I would like for this discussion in regards to the boundaries to go first. Can we do that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let us have 6A first, and Madam Clerk, could you read the statement?
Riviera Beach CRA Boundary Repositioning Report. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have 11 comment cards.
Thank you. Mr. Mercius.
Good evening, all. So this item is sponsored by Commissioner Glenn Spiritus. This item specifies or entails more or less the repositioning or the act of repositioning of the CRA boundaries within Riviera Beach. We have EL Waters to discuss what the steps would include, along with a fiscal impact study, along with entertaining any questions that you all would have. So if EL Waters can move forward, and would like to present that to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Waters, could you provide us some information regarding the CRA boundaries?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the CRA board. For the record, my name is Albert Waters, president of EL Waters and Company LLC. We are a development consulting firm, been involved in this arena for a number of years, and we have taken on the task of assisting your CRA in terms of delivering the type of information that you need. With that in mind, I have also my colleague, Mr. Corian Delane, who will be assisting in this presentation in reference to the question that has been posed.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Again, for the overview, what we were tasked with doing is to present or do a report regarding a preliminary fiscal analysis of the potential impact of removing the designated Singer Island area from the Riviera Beach CRA boundary. So this is the estimate is based upon on our current or on the district's current assessed values, applicable millage rates, and standard CRA TIF capture assumptions. Within the area, as demonstrated, limited development activity, its removal would result in a measurable reduction in project revenue over the next decade. This report is intended to inform the CRA board strategic deliberations by presenting 1, methodology and assumptions, 2, current tax increment revenue, TIF calculation and long-term fiscal projections based on current taxable values, benefits
Madam
and
Chair?
benefits and average.
Hold on, let him finish,
Yeah,
please.
but I don't think the people understand what he's saying when he uses the term TIF. I would like him to explain
Yes, sir.
for the people here what that means.
Okay,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
go ahead.
The term or the term TIF is tax increment financing. That's the designated term for TIF, TIF.
Explain what that means, what that is.
What it does is, in the state of Florida, through the legislature, there has been a creation of areas within the state and within jurisdiction that allows for redevelopment of a particular area based upon a defined statutory requirement as relates to uh, areas that are in need of redevelopment. The increment financing mechanism allows for those areas upon meeting the statutory requirements of the state of Florida. It allows for revenues being generated through taxes, i.e., taxes assessed on those properties that are frozen and that are utilized for the redevelopment of those areas, whether it be along the areas of commercial development or residential development. And in the state of Florida, we have a number of successful CRAs throughout the state. Primary example, one of my former clients is the city of Miami, Southeast Overtown Park West, which is the largest CRA in the state of Florida. Is located in Miami, in an area that some of you may be familiar with, which is defined as the Overtown community, which is predominantly African American. I myself is a product of that area, not born there, but raised there, and as it relates to that, was that development area is a client of ours, or has been a client of ours, from that standpoint. That's just one of them. Fort Lauderdale, and I can just go on and on and on. So these are successful entities that are charged with redevelopment of areas that are in need of redevelopment. And so
Okay.
it's a mechanism that the state has allowed jurisdictions to utilize for the improvement of their communities. It's just, and they have been successful. And we can just go on and on and on in
Right.
terms of, that are there.
Okay,
Madam Chair?
thank you. Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but I just like you to explain that basically when you said frozen, those were the values of the property for assessment purposes prior to the new developments, correct? And that the increased valuation in tax revenue goes to the CRA district. It does not go to the city, it goes to the CRA agency.
Yes,
Correct? That's it.
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to make it clear for everyone here because I don't think they understood.
but in addition to that, it incentivizes the opportunity for redevelopment in those respective areas. It is a mechanism that has been in the state of Florida for the last 30 years involved in that process. So there are a number of jurisdictions throughout the state of Florida which has been successful in that redevelopment of those areas.
Thank you, sir, for that. You can continue.
Yes. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague as it relates to the methodology that we were and the assumptions that we were utilizing in order to get to this point to provide you with this technical brief support as it relates to the question that was posed to us.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Greetings, Madam Chair, honorable board members. Corian Delane with Oral Group as a partner of E.L. Waters and Company. What we have for you today is our analysis, our initial analysis of the TIF revenue and the projections of what that would look like over the next 10 years. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down to page 2, I'll leave it right there. So based on our assessment of the current values, the current value of the Singer Island area as of today is at $45 million. 450 million dollars. Excuse me, thank you, audience. Based off of this assessment, we utilized the state standard methodology to calculate what that TIF revenue would be in terms of the annual revenue. And then we also provided a projection up to 10 years to provide an outlook of what that would look like. If you don't mind scrolling down to the next page. So what we utilized was a 1% annual growth rate, which is relatively modest. We know that those rates, they typically wane and vary, but we use this to give an idea of what that may look like. Let's go down to the revenue calculation. All right, just a little bit more. So as you can see, we utilize the standard boilerplate to identify the tax rates. And as I mentioned, it's at $450 million, utilizing the millage rates of both the county and the city, because that's what the CRA will capture is at 12.85 mils. That would give you an ad valorem tax of about 5.7 million. And in utilizing the typical CRA TIF capture rate of 95%, the average annual revenue coming to the CRA right now is at 5.49 million. And then we calculated that at a 10-year flat rate projection to be $54 million over 10 years. That is how much the Singer Island portion provides to the CRA.
Madam Chair?
Any questions?
Could you
Yep.
just hold the questions to after because I want to get through the presentation and we can start asking our questions. Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind, just going on to the next page. So leave it right here. So we just want to give an overview of what it would look like over time as these, say like if the base rate were to increase by a certain percentage. So as I mentioned, we used the standard 1.1%, and then we increased it by 1%. And that shows the average rate of increase for each item, for each year based on that percentage. So potential benefits of the repositioning of the Singer Island area would be the preservation of the general fund, the revenue that would be generated through these auspices will be going back to the city, so we'll get back to the general fund. We look at refocusing of CRA resources. Now that the Singer Island section has been pulled away from the CRA, that's directing more resources back into the existing area of the CRA. Improve fiscal efficiency. Many of the parcels have, as we've reviewed, have been relatively developed to a certain degree. So not necessarily needing certain services or revenue opportunities, but that is something to think about moving forward. Scroll down just a little bit. Strategic alignment pretty much just aligns with simplifying opportunities and options within the CRA area. Scroll down one more. And an equity and public perception. It demonstrates a commitment to communities as well as reduces friction based off of hearing the community out and offering this opportunity to your residents. Now, I do want to move to the adverse effects of the repositioning. So as we mentioned previously, you will be expected to lose $55 million over the next 10 years if this were to be a decision of the board. So I do want to at least preface that because that is a significant chunk to your TIF revenue. Next item. You'll also be dealing with potential bonding impacts. Say if there's any bonds that are in current existence with the CRA, any movement of any dollars that you are typically expecting to receive, there may be some challenge with that moving forward in the future. Development incentive reduction. Again, removing any amount of money from the CRA from your projections can sway whatever projects that are going on within the CRA boundaries at any given time. Investment risks. It may put a strain on potential development projects that can come into the CRA or any potential interest. It's looking more like a taking as opposed to a giving for providing resources to upcoming development projects. Reduce geographical leverage. Again, you're removing a portion from your current existing boundaries, and it is a beachfront property, for lack of a better phrase. So there is that to look at. I mean, it's the opposite of that. And the next item, and then community perception. It can be viewed multiple different ways, and that's something that the board will also have to take into consideration. So essentially here, we did want to make sure that the board was aware that these are the statutory requirements for the overview of looking at repositioning of the CRA. This report here is an initial analysis in order to do a finding of necessity that provides very specific and strategic information that would enact the finding of necessity process, which is orchestrated through the Department of Economic Opportunity, and we'd have to communicate with the county tax appraiser, we'd have to coordinate with the city. It's an entire process, but that would be initiated if that is the will of the board to proceed with that process. And then the public process required is 2 public hearings, notification of the taxing authorities, as I mentioned, and then updating of the CRA boundaries based on that movement. All right. So just to provide a summary of the findings, the Singer Island section of the CRA contributes approximately $5.5 million annually. The removal of the Singer Island area would be a 10-year fiscal reduction of $55 million over that 10-year span. There are mechanisms that exist for boundary modifications I previously mentioned. However, that is subjected to a formal process, which is review by the board. And further analysis may be warranted to assess programmatic, community, and fiscal and financial implications, as I mentioned previously. So next steps for the board to consider would be to have a discussion amongst the board in identifying, is there a rationale behind moving forward with a formal review process, which is the finding necessity study, engaging with legal counsel in regards to the statutory compliance review, initiating stakeholder engagement in the public process, and evaluating alternative reinvestment strategies or phasing of the repositioning. And then our summary considerations is advising that even though the impact is relatively modest, it is something that the CRA board must take into account the reduction of not just size, but revenue coming into the CRA area, as it may have impacts on future projects moving forward. And that is the basis of our report. Thank you.
Um, Commissioner Spears, would you like to hear public comment first before you ask your questions?
No, I'd like to ask a couple of questions first and then maybe public comment. Because
Okay.
it might resolve some of the issues that you're going to
But
have.
you know
to
what,
do
we
public
typically go to public comment, then we hear what they have to say, and
comment.
then
Madam Chair,
we
if you prefer public comment,
Thank
we can have
let us
public
get to our public comment.
Sharon Manier, followed by Mrs. Weeks.
Please state your name and your address.
Sharon Manier. I live at 1170 Island Road, an area that would be most affected if we stay in the CRA. I urge you ladies and gentlemen of the board to please vote to remove Singer Island from the CRA, because if you leave it in, it's merely a ploy to circumvent the regular zoning laws and allow 27-story monstrosities to be built close to my home. They're currently asking for 2 27-story buildings to be built directly behind me, 2 or 3 to be built at the end of my street, and another 2 to be built where the Sands Hotel is. This would completely destroy the quality of life on Singer Island, not to mention we don't have the infrastructure to support those kind of monster buildings. The roads are never going to be any bigger. because there's no more land. That's as big as they're ever going to be. We have an aging water plant that has not been replaced yet. I don't know what the electrical grid is, but I doubt that it could support monster buildings like that. And if you vote to take us out of the CRA, then your city will benefit from massive tax revenue increases, because not only will you get the tax revenue the CRA is getting now, but there will be nice buildings that generate good taxes that will be built within the current laws of no more than 8 stories along the water and on Blue Heron Boulevard. And this would be acceptable to the residents, whereas putting up 27-story monsters would destroy the whole area. And not only that, but I think it might even generate some very expensive lawsuits that would cost a lot more in the long run than the $55 million. So I really urge you to please consider the quality of life for the people of Riviera Beach who live on Singer Island. Don't destroy that for us, please. Vote to take the CRA, to take the Singer Island part out of the CRA. I really don't see any valid legal reason that it should be in the CRA. We don't have any blighted areas on Singer Island. The average value of a home on my block is $1 million or more. That's hardly blighted. So I just urge you to reconsider, think about the quality of life for all the people in this room, and please don't destroy it. Please take us out of the CRA. Do what's right. Thank you.
Miss Weeks, followed by Kathleen McGarren. C. Weeks. I can't read the first name. Weeks. Kathleen McGarren, followed by Alan Fields.
My name is Kathleen McGarren. I live at 125 Ocean Avenue in Palm Beach Shores and Singer Island. I serve as a commissioner in Palm Beach Shores. We're gathered tonight because of one urgent and defining issue: scale. The entrance to Palm Beach Shores is lined with homes and townhouses, modest, thoughtful structures, 1 to 3 stories high, with both community in mind. Dropping a large mega tower at the corner of Lake and Blue Heron would be like parking a cruise ship in a fishing village. It's out of place and out of proportion. There are several reasons the CRA district is wrong for Singer Island. Singer Island is not a blighted area, yet CRA zoning intended for revitalization is being used as a loophole to push high-rise development. Removing Singer Island from the CRA district means that the development is capped at a scale that fits, 8 stories, not 25. This is not about halting growth. It's about demanding responsible growth that respects the character of our island, protects our quality of life, and keeps Singer Island livable for our residents. Large, high-rise buildings of this scale would cast permanent shadows over neighboring homes, strip privacy and sunlight from backyards, and let's not forget the construction chaos we'll have to endure. Singer Island is not just a residential community. It is a globally recognized ecotourism destination. The waters surrounding the Blue Heron Bridge are home to one of the most celebrated shore diving sites in the world, consistently ranked #1 in the United States. Palm Beach County has made significant investments to support ecotourism. That 800-foot snorkel trail, the restrooms, the showers, the parking in Phil Foster Park, night dive permits and guided tours, boosting off-peak tourism. Don't forget, Riviera Beach's economy gains when hundreds of divers visit daily, staying in nearby motels, dining locally, and shopping at dive centers like 4C and Pura Vida. The financial analysis presented does not take into consideration the broader effect on business and the Riviera Beach economy. While high-rise condos may generate CRA tax revenue, they threaten to displace a steady stream of ecotourism dollars and damage the very assets that make this island economically and environmentally vibrant. On behalf of my neighbors and my community, I urge you to vote to remove Singer Island from the CRA district and reject any proposals for high rises above 8 stories, and let's protect the island in its extraordinary way before it's too late. Thank you.
My name is Alan Fires. I'm the mayor of Palm Beach Shores. As the mayor of a municipality, I know how I would feel if another mayor stood up to my commission and tried to tell me how to vote. So I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to share with you some observations about our island, Singer Island. You and our town have given responsibility for the stewardship of this gem. I first saw Singer Island in 1948 as a 9-year-old boy, and I remember being breathtaking as I went over the hill and saw the crystal clear water and the pristine beach. Again, in 1960 on my honeymoon, I had the same feeling. But I went over the bridge the day after my wife died. I stopped and I looked, and I said, she'll never see this beautiful view again. Don't take it away from us. We're responsible for the stewardship of one of the most beautiful areas of beach property, waterfront property in Florida and the world. To blight it with 27, 25-story towers that shadow it, that crowd it, that overdevelop it, is nothing short of just wrong. Whether you do the CRA or not the CRA, you cannot put those kind of towers in that kind of ecological sensitive area and expect to get anything positive to come from it. Thank you.
Judy Miller, followed by Ed Kneb. Judy Miller. Ed Kneb, followed by Bill Cantole.
Hi, I'm Ed Caneb. I live at 1113 Island Road. I agree most with everybody says here. But I want to put a little twist on things. Being a resident of the city, I want the city to get money. I really do. So having high rises and getting extra tax revenue, the city just spends it. Let's face it. You'll find ways to spend it. But the CRA is interesting. So how can we keep the CRA money or coming in like these gentlemen have presented? Is there a way that this board can adopt to go back to the old zoning and keep us in the CRA so that the city keeps the money and you guys can use it, or we, when I say you guys, but it's we, can use it to help other areas. So you come with a resolution, keep the old zoning 8 stories. Great, keep us in the CRA. Great, you guys make the money. And then as things develop along Singer Island, hey, keep her going. You get the money. That's what I want. I want you guys to get the money. I want us to get the money. So there's ways to skin the cat here. Figure it out. But again, save the, coming into across the Blue Heron Bridge, seeing the way the beach is and everything, it's gorgeous. Let's try to keep it within reason. That's where I'm coming from. Thanks.
Bill Control, followed by Mark Weldon.
Good evening, council members. My name's Bill Contol. I live at 1030 Grand Bahama in Riviera Beach. I've lived in this city 45 years. I've seen is what Herman McRae used to say, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And we've been through it in this city, but fortunately, I believe we have a council that can look ahead and really do the right thing. Now, everyone talks here about, what we want to do. But this came up before. About 15 years ago, the city council wanted to allow a developer to destroy our public beaches. And they were all for it, except the people rose up. They did a petition. They fought back, and they had a petition entered, and it resulted in an amendment to our charter that limits the building on the beach area of our beach, Riviera Beach's public beach, to 5 stories. That's what the people wanted. All the council members that supported that, taking that away, are gone. Now, where we are talking about is a pristine area of Riviera Beach. It is a place that people come from all over the world to see. And you've all have seen this, and I have extra copies for anyone. This is the area we're talking about. It's right there at the base of the Blue Heron Bridge. What is there at the Blue Heron Bridge? Other people have commented, but let me share with you. There are article after article talking about the Blue Heron Bridge dive site as being a local treasure. Underwater, the Blue Heron Bridge area is legendary. It's the best shore diving in the world. Another comment in another dive magazine, Blue Heron diving was rated #1 in the country. We're talking about you deciding the future of this #1 dive area for our city. Like our logo says, what's underneath that counts. The danger is this kind of structure. There you go. That structure puts a shadow on this dive area that is so precious. I met with the attorney for the developer, and he said, "Oh, no, it's fine. You don't object." And I said, "Yeah, we do." So they sent their little expert's report, and it says in fancy terms, shading of the seafloor, diminishment of the sunlight produced by the 300-foot tall completed building will only be taking place during the morning hours of every day. Take your family to the beach, but don't mind the shade. We don't need that. What we all need to focus on, and when we heard about this $55 million loss, it's not. We're talking about the money being moved to the city of Riviera Beach. They can do far better with it. Can I have a little more?
No, thank you, sir. Thank you. No,
I'm sorry?
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay.
Everybody gets 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I would just like,
Yes.
I would just like everyone in the audience
you,
to
sir.
stand up if
Thank
you
you, sir.
support moving
Thanks,
the Singer
sir.
Island, the
We have to
CRA
get to
off
other
Singer
people,
Island.
sir. Thank you so much.
Stand up. Thank you.
Good evening. Mark Weldon, 2323 Lake Drive. This is only my second meeting that I've attended, but I see all the fine people here this evening. I just wish they were here to talk about other events. There's meetings all the time that are held here. We never get this kind of input here in the community. I happen to be on the other side. And the reason, I think the CRA needs to stay intact. I don't want to see divisiveness in the community. I want to see the dollars spread. Now, we're trying to tie the CRA into the height of a building, and it shouldn't be. We need the dollars for smart development to be used and spread in the community for a lot of aging infrastructure, for city improvements. The assets are diminishing. And when we chose to live here on Singer Island, we're living in Riviera Beach. So in order to get to Riviera Beach, we have to get off the highway And to get to Singer Island, we're driving down Blue Heron. I think we would all agree that Blue Heron needs a little bit of a facelift in some areas. If we're not going to allow this money to stay in the CRA, who is going to provide the money for the community to be improved? So we need to think about this. Obviously, the board is going to make the right decisions about heights and dive sites and shadows and the way things are developed. We need to have smart development, that's for sure. So I urge you to think about all the ramifications. We don't want a dying community, and we don't want divisiveness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Logan, followed by JB Dixon.
Evening, council members. My name is Julie Logston. I live at 1180 Dolphin Road on Singer Island. And I just want to basically echo everything everybody else has said, or most people. But I'm a little bit confused because the way I understand this, the requirements to stay in a CRA district, I mean, I think that based on those requirements, CRA districts and boundaries change all the time in communities. And if I read what it says under Florida law, it says there are specific legal criteria for an area to be designated as a community redevelopment agency district. And the districts are created to address and prevent slum and blight conditions. To qualify, a local government must first identify and document these conditions with a proposed area. And the qualifying conditions under Florida law, which governs the formation of the CRA district, includes criteria such as substandard structures, inadequate infrastructure, shortage of affordable housing, other conditions. When I read through this, I would have guessed that Singer Island probably should have been removed a long time ago. And the $55 million plus doesn't go away because we get removed from the CRA district. It goes into the hands of the city, and you can decide what we do with it. And if that means you need to fix up Blue Heron, that's great, and I wish we would. If that means you need to help with the schools or with housing, you can do that. But it certainly doesn't mean that we need to stay part of the CRA district to maintain that funding. And I don't think the majority of the people here want Singer Island to remain in the CRA. And I know we don't want to have buildings, above the 8 stories, because we certainly don't have the infrastructure. Thank you.
JB Dixon, followed by Doretta Polk.
I'm a little puzzled as to how many people have come up here and asked the commission to vote on the boundaries of the CRA, because as it was explained very clearly, I thought in the initial report, you cannot vote. It is not up to this body to vote. The process for moving or establishing boundaries for the CRA takes 6 to 12 months. And it is a process you have to go through, including a lot of public meetings and whatever. I'd be happy to tell you what those are. I don't want to take up my time for that. C, I'm very surprised to see that the majority of the people here that I can see are from Palm Beach Shores. Palm Beach Shores is not in the CRA district. They are not in Riviera Beach. They are nearby by choice. It is a very different community than the balance of Singer Island, where we have, as anyone noticed, a number of very tall buildings. And when the island was taken into the CRA, there was blight
one of the parcels that was blight is now the Ritz-Carlton, the largest taxing property in the city. And it was blighted, and now it's the Ritz-Carlton. The Ocean Mall was really terrible then. If you think it's bad now, it's like acceptable now. But there's a great deal of work that needs to be done by the CRA there. In terms of blight, coming over the bridge, except for the Singer Island Community Garden, which the CRA did, all the rest is empty lots and ugly little stores that look like they're not at all on Singer Island. That's the impression people get when they come there. The tattoo parlors, the liquor stores, all with different signage, which doesn't go together. The CRA has a plan to redo that signage, including paying some of the people who own those properties. So there are a great many reasons for the amount of misinformation that has been put out on this, like come to this meeting because they're going to vote. No, they're not going to vote. They can't vote. B, there is no blight on Singer Island. I beg to differ. C, we have tall buildings. I'm not for or against tall buildings. I'm against the lies that have been told in this campaign. There are a great many more, and they have not been given to you. So I think before you boo me as I leave, you should read the other point of view. Thank you so much.
Listen, could you please, audience, audience,
Chair,
hello,
do,
hello. We have got to keep it quiet. We got to hear the people up here. Do you want us to hear them? We have to hear what they're saying, but we cannot hear them if you're constantly chattering in the audience because the sound travels straight here. And when they're at the mic, we can't hear anything. So thank you. Please keep it quiet in the audience and hold your applause until afterwards, please. We're trying to get through the public comment so that we can talk about this. Next public comment.
Doretta Polk, followed by Dolores Williams.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Park. Good evening to the board and also Mr. Mercies. I want to talk about this, the CRA, the TIF, and the $55 million. I really do think that we will be losing that money. Why can't we keep it in the CRA boundaries? And why can't we open the boundaries up further going west and also help that particular area? I think we can come to a meeting of the minds here. You know, we don't need to lose any money at all. I think it could be used for force housing. It's very much needed because to live in Palm Beach County is astronomical. People can't even afford really the rent here. Some of the rent is over $2,000. So let's come to a meeting of the mind. Keep the CRA in Singer Island area and bring it out. Redo the boundaries and bring it further to the west side, which is needed. And also, I think that if you want to do so against all this, the height of these condominiums, why don't you make maybe 5 to 8 stories? You know, we have to compromise with everything in life. So I think that it should, my opinion, stay in the CRA district, move the boundaries out a little bit more further to the west to help some of the residents over that side and build workforce housing because that's what we truly need. And I thank you very much.
Raymond Tolman, followed by John Taylor.
Would you call Dolores Williams?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Miss Dolores Williams, you could come
Yes,
up front.
Dolores Williams, followed by Raymond Tolman.
Miss, go ahead.
Good evening to the community. I mean, I'm looking at Singer Island and what other areas over there. I'm so happy to see y'all out here tonight. I am really, really happy to get understanding about the CRA. I'm going to say this here. Hope nobody don't be offensive. The CRA, yeah, about the $55 million. I talked to Mrs. You get upset when you call some people names. About 5 years ago, about the CRA. They told me it didn't come on my side after Australian. It can't come across Australian to do nothing on the West. Now, I want y'all to have the heart like we need. Have y'all ridden over on the West side?
Ma'am, you have to speak to the board. You have to address the board when you're at your public comment. You address the board.
Now, don't take
Thank
my
you.
minutes away like you always do. But I'm talking to the people here for them to have a heart. Chairman, I want them to understand what the CRA is to come to benefit us on the West side. There's so much need to be done over there. Let the CRA stay there. The money they're going to do, I'm going to give Ms. Pope her kudos on that too. I think you should expand it. Give the money. Get more money and work over on the West side. Do the sidewalk, do the lights, do the streets. I'm telling you, we don't live in no pop, but we live bad for you compare, say, the money you get over in St. Island. Let us move it further west, boundary further than I live off of 9th in Australia. Let it go past Congress on the west side. Go in the area, look at Monroe Heights. I mean, all this money talking about CRA, y'all haven't fixed those streets up there yet. You're talking about the water, you haven't fixed that yet. You got $900,000 for the water. It's a CRA. 3 years ago, and the water still messed up. What did y'all do with that $900,000? What did y'all do with that? Then they had a young man that get $200 and some thousand because you didn't file in time. The governor vetoed it. You couldn't get that
this
money.
This is about
Stop
the
talking
CRA,
about
ma'am. We have to stick to the subject, please.
Well, we need the CRA to move west. Please, west. You heard me talk about affordable housing. Thank God my house is paid for. Thank God. Over there, the taxes. Put more on the west side. I don't think y'all be understand. You the board here. We vote for you. Do more for the west side for the CRA. I appreciate y'all being up there, and I hope you don't just keep trying to cut me off every time I get up here, Chairman, and trying to find and put po-po on me.
Thank you for your comments.
Raymond Tolman, followed by Cindy March.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Raymond Tolman. I live at 1251 Gulfstream Way on Singer Island. I've been a resident here now for 30 years. I don't know what precipitated the timing of this meeting, but I can tell you that there are a lot of people who are residents of Singer Island who are away during the summer. So you only have a fraction of the people who will be directly affected by the inclusion or the not inclusion of Singer Island in the CRA area. Singer Island has already been overdeveloped. Look 10 miles to the south, look 10 miles to the north. Do you see large high-rise buildings? No. But for whatever reason, which I can't go into now, Singer Island has already been overdeveloped. I saw a document, I think came out under Mayor Lawson's signature, that suggested that the building of the Ritz-Carlton was a good example of the exclusion of blight. Well, what was there before the Ritz-Carlton was a very modest hotel called the, what was it called now? I've lost my... Anyway, it was, I stayed there when I first came to Singer Island, and I think it's entirely fallacial to consider that to be a blighted area. It clearly wasn't. I know people that used to go there for breakfast. They don't go to a blighted area. So I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I found your comments to be quite disingenuous.
You have to address the board, not a particular.
Oh, is he no longer on the board? No.
You have to address the
All
entire
right.
board. You cannot. No.
Strike my comments about Mayor
Thank
Lawson.
you. Thank you very much.
Personal comments. Please excuse me. It's okay. Now, we already have a big traffic problem in Singer Island. I live on the west side of US 1, A1A. In the wintertime, it's very difficult to get out of our street because of the overcrowding. What we have adopted as a policy is to turn right, in other words, to turn south and get a certain distance before we can do a U-turn and join the traffic going north. Traffic is heavy in both directions. Now, it's been suggested that something could be done about A1A. Well, you can't do very much about widening A1A or to the east side because there are condos there which are already up to the property line. The only thing you can do is by eminent domain, take property from people on the west side.
So much for
May I
your comment,
continue?
sir. Thank you for your comment, sir.
I
Thank
have,
you, sir. You have everybody has 3 minutes, sir. Thank
All
you
right.
so much for your comment.
I have
We really appreciate your comments, sir. Thank you so much.
I gave
Thank
my
you, sir.
comments in writing.
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy March, followed by John Taylor.
Good evening, Council. 2005 West 17th Court, Department N is in Nancy 1. You know, I'm so disheartened with a lot of stuff that go on here because at the end of the day, even when I paddled them streets of Rosemary and Tamron before they revitalized, I was told, all money, not good money. I don't feel like it need to be kept over there, and if it do, oh well. But what we need to focus on is how to unite with one another, how to come together with the council, the people who are supposed to work for us, as well as the residents who goes out and vote. We are at a deplorable number of 35,000 voters and only 3,500 turn out. And I can say this, last I checked, Singer Island and all the rest of the surrounding areas is considered Revere Beach. If we don't stand up for ourselves, who's gonna stand up for us? So whatever they do on Singer Island or any other surrounding areas, it should be okay. Because you know why? People that look like me that sit on that board, you all don't even represent your own. I'm not trying to be bashful. I'm not trying to be deceitful, but it's enough is enough. Glenn Spiritus, I'm not supposed to call your name, but you keep being that great leader. You, bad leadership don't bring people together. We all need to come together, whether we white, black, Republican, or whatever we are. We need to come together because we got some serious problems here in Revere Beach. And the main problem we have right now is the water. We need to get this water situated.
Ma'am, you have to talk about the CRA
I'm talking
boundaries.
about everything.
Talk about the CRA
Okay, I'm
boundaries.
talking about everything.
No,
You're not
this
going
is
to keep
This
disrupting
is not
me.
public comment, ma'am.
Okay,
You
but
can
I'm just
only
telling
talk
you.
about the
So,
boundaries, or I
if-
will have you removed.
Okay,
It's up to you.
that's no problem.
Thank you.
That's no problem. But let me explain to you as the council person, as the chief of command. Let me explain to you as the chair. If this what these people don't want in their area, you see how they come out like sardines in a can? These are the people that put you all in office. Let's consider the respect from them. Enough is enough. We're not here to fight with one another. Let's all try to get along. I can be the bigger person. I've always said that. I can sit down and talk to you and come to an agreement. But what you're not going to do is keep telling me, putting the police on me because I'm speaking my freedom of speech. That's not fair.
That's not fair to me as a voter, as an advocate for over 30 years in the city of Revere Beach. We got real problems on the west side. So if they don't want that money, we need that money.
Thank you for your time. John Taylor, followed by Desiree Muffson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, other distinguished members. Thanks for allowing me the chance to speak to you. I reside at 1160 Island Road on Singer Island in Riviera Beach. Basically, my understanding is with the continuation of this CRA and the 25-story development, I would have a 25-story building behind my house on one end of the street and another 25-story building at the other end of the street. And I'm adamantly against that. I think it's irresponsible to develop this neighborhood in that capacity. I think that the town can develop in a more sustainable and protective way of what the local community is really wanting. We already have traffic on weekends that's backed up at Phil Foster. Hurricane risk, traffic would be impossible to get off the island. Then we have the tourism factor where that dive spot is the top 50 dive spots in the world. It's already overcrowded. Phil Foster Beach is already overcrowded. You put a 25-story building there, that tourism money is going to be gone. I've lived there for 8 years. I can tell you that the quality of that water has already gone down in an exponential way. It used to be so much better, and it's getting worse every year because of all the traffic. I don't think we should ruin what's so special about that area. It's the environmental and the ecological nature of Singer Island and Riviera Beach. The answer is not just overdevelopment. We can do sustainable development with 8-story buildings that's done in a nice way. And, we don't want empty lots on Singer Island either, but it doesn't have to be 25-story buildings. And I think the best thing I heard tonight, the word that sums it all up is compromise. I can't sum it up more. We need to compromise for what the neighbors want as well as what's best for the town. And 25-story buildings is not compromise. Thank you very much.
Desiree Muffson.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I feel it's our responsibility to preserve the character and beauty of our coastal community. Our coastal town is a rare gem, beloved by both residents and visitors for its natural beauty, small town charm, and deep connection to the environment. Every year, tourists return not for the high rises or congestion, but for the serenity and the local culture and the unspoiled landscapes. This unique character is now under serious threat for the plans of this 25-story buildings. Allowing even one of these projects to move forward would set a precedent that could permanently alter the fabric of our community. Taken together, they represent a complete transformation from a tranquil coastal town into a congested, overdeveloped high-rise zone. Why we must say no. The environmental destruction. These developments threaten one of the best underwater scuba diving areas in the country, as stated by others, putting marine life, coral ecosystems, and water quality at serious risk. Traffic and infrastructure overload, as also mentioned. Our roads, bridges, and infrastructure were never designed for the density these towers would bring. Increased congestion will make daily life more difficult for residents and less enjoyable for visitors. And of course, ultimately, the loss of natural beauty. Our coastal views, wildlife habitats, and open spaces are part of what makes this place so special. Once lost, they cannot be restored. Tourists don't come here for skyscrapers. They come for nature, small businesses, and community charm. Our overdevelopment risks driving away the very people who help sustain our economy. Ultimately, the quality of life. Our residents deserve clean air, access to nature, and peaceful neighborhoods. 25-story buildings towering over homes and natural areas will erode everything we love about living here. There are better ways to grow, as mentioned. We are not against thoughtful development, but smart, sustainable, and respectful of the community and environment. Low rise, eco-conscious designs, green space, we can take a look at. What we ask are, we reject the zoning of these 25-story towers. Let us protect what makes this place special for ourselves, our children, and future generations. Let's say no to high-rise overdevelopment and yes to sustainable community-led planning. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that is the end of public comment cards.
Thank you. The board has any discussion to add to this item? That's a question to the board.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so to our consultants, when you came up with your $55 million and you only came up with a 1% increase in funding, am I correct with that?
Through the chair, that is a very modest consideration for TIF revenue over a number of years. That number fluctuates. So since we can't justify what those fluctuations are, 1.1% is usually the standard that's utilized based on statutory requirements.
Okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so $55 million, can you tell me how much of that is city taxes and how much of that is county taxes? We can just do the 1 year. You can just tell us on a yearly basis because the 1% isn't going to really have a major impact on your final number.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to take that question.
Go
So for 1 year, based on an assessment of just the city and the city and the county, if you look at the millage rates of both the county and the city, you're looking for 1 year with the county as a taxable value of $1.9 million. Riviera Beach's tax value for their TIF revenue is about 3.5 million. So you're looking overall for this year at a rate of approximately $5.5 million. Mind you that those dollars, if we take a look at the scenario where a CRA is removed from a specific area, for clarification purposes, those dollars that would go to that come from the county no longer go to the CRA. Those dollars would go back to the county, and the city would recoup those valuable dollars of $3.5 million. We as a CRA will be at a loss at $5.5 million, and the city overall will be at a loss of $2 million, just on an annual basis.
Okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Executive Director, so then basically what we're saying over a 10-year period, the city would lose $20 million in county funding, but the city would pick up over $35 million in city revenue. Jadel, do you do projects with the city?
Mr. Mercius.
Mercius, I'm sorry.
Quite fine, Chair. Thank you. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we do projects with the city.
So if the city, Madam Chair, can I follow
ahead.
up? So if the city received that money directly, they could use that money for projects with you, correct?
There's certain, through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
There are certain constraints, but we would have to sit down at a table and discuss what a strategic plan would look like for capital projects or long-scale development projects with the city and the CRA. The constraints that I speak of are, of course, state statute, section 163, where some bylaws within the CRA don't align with certain things that the city would be able to do and vice versa.
Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
So I don't understand those constraints. What what projects or types of projects would the city not be allowed to participate in with the CRA?
Well, for the CRA, in order for a CRA to be considered, or for a CRA to consider specific projects, one would have to look at um, taking a look at the economic development, improvement of the specific area, the improvement of mobility and transportation, the improvement of certain amenities for the community. And also, if it's not within the CRA already, we wouldn't be able to go ahead, the CRA, speaking for the CRA, we wouldn't be able to capitalize off of those projects because they're outside of that district.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead. We're
Okay,
gonna
so
give
I have a
colleagues.
lot of questions. This
I
is an
know.
important issue,
No,
so
no,
I
I
have a
know
lot
it's
of
important,
questions.
but everybody is supposed to
Okay.
ask questions as well.
Okay, well,
Okay.
as long as I can come back and ask
Of
questions
course.
again, I have no problem.
Of course.
But I just want to make something clear here. You're going to get whatever revenue we get from this. The city council is the CRA board. We're one and the same. As a matter of fact, our city manager acted as our CRA executive director for a number of years. So we do a lot of things together. We're one and the same. It's one city. I heard a number of times people stand up here tonight and say, we'd like to see the CRA district expanded. Mr. Executive Director, what are the chances of getting the CRA district expanded at?
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. That, of course, that also is some constraints as well. If you're aware of certain legislative bills that have came through the state, they propose specific restraints with CRAs, whereas CRAs, the bill failed, but it may come back in the legislative process next year, where they're looking to limit CRAs and what they do within a 20-year time period, also limiting the ability to take on debt and capital projects as well.
Madam Chair?
So to answer your question, sir, the expansion of a CRA would be it would be something that would be very difficult to do with the state and the county.
Right, so people, Madam Chair, can I just follow up quickly on that, and then you can go to the rest of the
Yes,
board?
go ahead.
So people are not happy, many people on the west side as well, with the fact that they're not in the CRA district and they don't benefit from the CRA funding. But if that funding went to the city does economic development, the city does housing, we even have a housing authority. The city can use that money for any one of these areas. They could spend that money outside the CRA district anywhere in the city of Riviera Beach. So those people would be able to benefit from those funds, where right now they cannot benefit from those funds.
Thank you, Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Spears. Yes, go ahead, sir.
if I could, with no debate there, Commissioner Spears, the only question I would pose a question as to, in terms of economic development, if that is the case, and if that is the intent of the city, then the city should have done that a long time ago. And again, I am not here to, but if we're here to go ahead and I speak just for the CRA, I consider the CRA as an arm of an economic development for the city. And if we are looking at economic development, we are the department and the agency that takes care and looks at we take a long look at economic development for the betterment of not only the CRA district, but for the city as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go
Can I
ahead.
follow up with that? Director Mercius, can you please give us an overview of how the CRA funds do impact other parts of the city? Because I heard, a lot of people say, well, it doesn't impact the west side or, things of that nature. Can you tell how the CRA dollars do impact all of the residents that are within the CRA district?
Within the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Within the CRA district, both residential and business improvement is essential within that CRA. We take a concentrated effort in taking a look at both components throughout that CRA in their improvement, in eradicating slum and blight, looking for more or less more development through our CRA TIF revenue that comes in on an everyday basis.
So that's the opportunity to provide more housing in those areas job creation
Correct.
in those areas? Okay. Another thing is now, you guys might have to help me out with this. I know in the budget meeting, we talked about the fact that the CRA owes the city. How would this impact your capability
Yes.
of paying that loan back?
So with the numbers that we talked about, the $5.4 million, if that was taken out of our budget, the bond or the debt financing, it would have massive implications because we would now go to that bank and that bank would, based on some of the stipulations within that, the agreement, the original agreement, we may need to go ahead and, I believe, expedite the payment for those bond dollars. And if we do that, we may not have any money left over within our budget to take care of long-range capital improvement projects.
Okay. Another question?
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, so, because I hear a lot about this building, this 25-story building. Is this already being in the planning review process? I mean, how far is this 25-story building gone as far as it being, a done deal, and that's exactly what it is, meaning no negotiation, no compromise? Where is it in the planning review process?
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
As far as we know, based off of the CRA's knowledge going through the development services, we have no knowledge of a 25-story development that is set to take place within that area.
Madam Chair?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Audience, please. We're trying to talk about this.
Right.
So please give us an opportunity to do that.
And I asked a specific question, Madam Chair, I asked a specific question. I wanted to know where it was in the official planning, not what's in the streets. And I get my emails. Trust me, I got it. I hear it out there. But I'm just asking, where is it in the process as far as the CRA or, within the development arena within the city?
Chair? Thank you. Again, we have no knowledge of any paperwork or any plans submitted through the development services, nor do we have any knowledge of this item being heard through our planning and zoning board.
Madam Chair?
Hold on a second, sir. I think the city manager is here. City manager, let me ask you about this project because I've been hearing a lot about the project as well, but I had never heard anything officially coming to the city. So I want to know, has it come to the city? Has someone brought this project and we've Yes, sir.
Hello.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So there has been preliminary conversations and discussions with staff about the potentiality of development on that particular parcel. To scale, there has been talks of a structure that would be at least 200 feet, which would be 20 stories. But there's nothing, no hard documents, but there has been conversations with staff.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we have his name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Chair. Jonathan Evans, City Manager.
Madam Chair?
Hold on a second. Listen, people have.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone else was there to speak.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know if it's for Mr. Mercius or Mr. Evans, but we keep hearing about this 24-story, and kind of to add on to your question, is that in stone? If it was to happen?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Any type of development of that particular scale still has to go through a development review process and have multiple conversations with the board. So it's not a foregone conclusion. Like I said earlier, it's just been preliminary conversations with staff, but no formal application has been submitted, or any robust conversations about, what the development of scale, just preliminary conversations looking at what the entitlements are on the property. But yes, you as the board do have multiple bites at the apple, both on the CRA side and the development side when it does come before you for consideration, if that particular type of development is what moves forward.
And if it comes to, if it stays within the CRA boundaries, are we in a position where we can say we don't want it higher than 15 or 17 or 18 stories?
Hold on
Excuse me, please don't speak out in the audience. Go ahead.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, you do.
Okay. So we're not bound by a 24-story building if we have it remain in the CRA boundaries.
Madam Chair, if I may, with respect to what is provided for in the CRA, you have IHC PUD, which does allow for density bonuses within the CRA district. So you have the ability to go greater in development scale densities and intensities if properties are confined within the CRA. So that's the only caveat and difference. And I think a lot of that is going to require what is a special exception. So it does have to go planning and zoning, CRA board, city council, and there's multiple conversations that would have to happen as a result of any type of development at that particular point. And then all that information as it relates to application processes, once they do submit applications, those are available and accessible through our website. So residents can track that along through the process.
Thank you. So just simply because it's in the CRA does not mean they have to be able to do whatever. If they want to make, they say they want 50 stories. We do not have to approve that. We still have some sort of leverage and some sort of say-so.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we do. Yes, you do, excuse me.
Okay, and as we can see, there are some negatives that would come with this if it is removed from the CRA boundaries. And so making this grand decision on something that may or may not happen, I think we really need to look at this a little more before we try to make any moves on this. Because we don't typically make a decision as this magnitude off of one project or one issue. So I don't think we're there yet where we're going to say that it's a done deal. We still have an opportunity to negotiate with them if they should put in the paperwork to build something there. So I think it's kind of like there's been some hype put behind this that's not even necessary at this point. And you know, I'm trying to understand where did this come from. Just because they're saying they want to do it doesn't mean it has to happen. So I'm not putting the cart before the horse at this point. Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question to either directors. If the CRA was removed, could they still go and build 25 stories? Hypothetically.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I do have Mr. Scott Evans, our Assistant Director of Development Services, happen to be here with me today. He can speak in greater specificity. I think, and Scott will clean it up, or Mr. Evans will clean it up if I'm incorrect. If it was withdrawn, they could ask for rezoning of the parcel, and they could go for what would be your maximum density that's allowed, which would be, I think, RM20, which would give some additional flexibilities, but it would have some specific restrictions associated with that. So, Scott, if you want to come up and help me up, help me out on that one.
He can answer that. But I'm asking the question because you're talking about removing an entire CRA, and it's only for a potential project. And if we remove it and they still can do it, what would be the point? Go ahead.
Mr. Evans was, what he described is exactly right. So a person can apply for, make application to change their land use, change their zoning, apply for special exceptions, whether a project is in the CRA or outside. In this case, the height limit maximum it would be 200 feet, but they could apply to change the entitlement opportunities by changing the land use and zoning on their property, whether for up to 200 feet, regardless of whether it was in the CRA or not.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
I might also add, the by right use for this property is
is 4 stories with the ability to provide civic open space for up to 8 stories. There's a special exception process that's available, but that's not a by right use. So that's entirely up to the determination of the council, whether they like the project, whether they think it's beneficial to the community.
Okay, because if we're talking about heights of buildings here, we need to talk about the entire city, honestly. There's a lot of monstrosities on this side of town as well, so we're going to talk about this. We can include the whole city in that conversation. Go ahead, sir.
And Madam Chair, what we mean by right is it is a situation where the board invariably has to approve that because they're entitled to that. Anything over, as Mr. Evans communicated, it's 4 stories, but with civic open space, you can go to 8 stories. But anything above that is a special exception process that you have to, but they are allowed certain amount of height that is by right, that invariably is just an administrative review of the board then and approves it. So.
Gotcha.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Do you need this 2 evidences?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say that my preference would be to expand it on the west side. That is my preference. Let me finish. And I've told some people who've come to me about my position on this. I said that for me to support it, the monies that we would lose by eliminating the island, show me how it's going to come to the west side. And let me say this, I've heard people assume that those TIF monies will come to the city and the city can build. It's not that simple. TIF money is different from ad valorem taxes. Once you get out of the CRA, it's a different process now. And we are assuming that those dollars that gonna be saved equates to the amount that is gonna come to the city. I have not seen a financial analysis. I've seen a preliminary analysis that removing the Sing Island from the CRA, it would result in a net loss to the city and to the CRA. And Mr. Meredith, is that correct? Wait, I'm not talking to you. Please be respectful.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I said the preliminary analysis that I've seen resulted in a loss to the city and to the CRA.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. And one thing that I deal with, data, documents, and evidence. I really don't deal a lot in emotions. People come and get real emotional because it impacts their life. I understand. But what I look at is data, documents, and evidence. I have seen nothing that tell me that 55 million gonna come to the city. It hasn't been that detailed analysis done. Because once we get out of the CRA, we're dealing with ad valorem taxes. When you're in the TIF, when you go into the CRA, whatever your taxes are at that time is frozen. And then the TIF money, all of those taxes, that's considered TIF money over and above what it was frozen at. So as we talk about how much we're going to get and how much it's going to be, I think we need to pump the brakes. And you all just said that some of your homes, or somebody said $1 million. Go get a financial analysis and bring it to me and let me see it. But I'm sure you can afford it. And the point I'm making is bring me some data, documents, and evidence. I see your emotions strong. And before I support removing it, I want to see how that money is going to be able to help the West Side. But we have a problem with that. The Florida statutes have given us the deadline if we choose to expand anymore. There is a deadline of, Mr. Smith, is it October what?
October 1st.
Of this year.
Yes, sir. What, to take on any more debt, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So if we're gonna spend on that side, and for me to support it, that's what I'm gonna be expecting with the appropriate monies that can be verified, not through emotions, but through some professional analysis of these are the dollars that would be coming if you choose to do that. Speaking of debt service, and this will be my last point, the debt service that we have was calculated based on the properties that were in the CRA at that time. If you start removing those properties, and we need to find out what the consequences are, they can call that debt. You're losing assets that secured that debt. So how are you going to pay it? You can call it. There are a lot of variables, and this is not my first rodeo. I've said here 4 times, and each time there's always these wedge issues, very emotional. We can't do this. We have to do that. We're not going to do. Just bring me data, documents, and evidence, and we'll be good. The emotions, I can feel you. But I'll sum up. I want to move west, but I want those funds to go to. But we're on the October 1 deadline to try to submit an application, and there are prerequisite requirements that must be done within that short period of time. If I cannot get the application in and submitted in time, and the funds have been identified through a financial analysis, I'm not supporting it. So I want y'all to understand where I am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair?
Thank you. Go
Madam Chair.
ahead. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. And I would agree with my colleague that this is a rush decision. This monumental decision would impact and have ripple effects over the entire city. But before I get started, I want to welcome and thank you, our mayor from Palm Beach Shores and commissioner. Thank you for joining us tonight and welcome to our meeting. We appreciate having you here. I think our biggest concern is that this CRA and the boundaries that are being addressed and talking about compromise, we haven't actually do the due diligence and research necessary to address the financial impact of what's going to happen across the entire city. We extended these boundaries in 2014, and it was supported by 83% of our residents, including all of our residents from Singer Island. So now we're asking, without an actual financial or fiscal study, to determine and change these boundaries without having the proper information necessary. I agree a compromise is needed, but we need to make sure that we're doing this with all the right information. One of the things that we want to make sure is we are notifying our residents of what's happening and advising them of any development. We've all heard the rumblings of what development can possibly come to our city and what's out there. So that is why a lot of residents are concerned. The issue of our CRA, our staff has said that development can still happen with or without the CRA. So let's be mindful of the decisions we're making and not rush a decision, but have a clear conversation about it. First question, staff, have you notified the state of the possible change to the CRA boundaries?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we've had a series of, we have had a discussion about the possibility upon the first reading of this item. We've discussed it with the state along with the county representatives.
Thank you. Being that this state conversation is to remove CRAs in general, this CRA was established. And at the time, I believe a member said that the Ritz-Carlton wasn't blighted at the time that it was built, but it was one of the first projects established and would not have been built without our CRA. And it is one of the largest tax revenues because our CRA was established at the time. So if we did not have the CRA at that time, we would have not had the Ritz-Carlton built, and it would not be built in our CRA. So that is the first concern. But we're putting a target on our back by telling the state that we're interested in actually reducing or removing our CRA. Because if we remove our CRA, those tip dollars can never be recouped. This is not just dollars that's shifting from one pool to the other. It's going to be given back to the county, and we cannot receive that to impact any of our city. And at large, the entire ecosystem. A rising tide raises all boats. We have to work together, and we have to be collegiate and compromise. That was the best word I heard tonight. So we'll find decisions. This board will make decisions whenever a rendering comes before the board. I've had meetings, I've had discussions. I know about development that's coming to our community. But before our staff can opine on it, let's make the decision that doesn't impact the entire community, that's going to affect every resident here. So let's be mindful of those concerns. But thank you, residents, for coming out. We appreciate the concerns and take heed in them. And a lot of residents did receive my comments. I was able to clearly articulate all of the sentiments that actually were being addressed in some of the statements that were being made about our CRA. Let's have clear, honest, transparent conversation and not try to silence or censor the voice. I was trying to be kept off of this dais to be able to address my concerns tonight. And I vehemently, ooh, Jesus,
You got it. You got it.
adamantly, I'll use that word instead, object to any censoring that is held against the residents, because I've met with multiple residents from all over the city. And they have clearly stated the concerns. I want to be able to speak that as your mayor for all of our people, from military to Singer Island, and not be held silenced by one commissioner that doesn't want me to speak on behalf of the people of Riviera Beach as a whole. But thank you, residents.
Thank you. Let me ask a question.
Madam Chair.
Yes, give me 1 second. Let me ask a question in regards to that too. The marina is in the CRA, am I correct?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
So the conversation that we had around the marina is that we would do some type of abatement for TIF. And if that TIF is gone, how does that work?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Those plans will be out the window. Not the marina project itself, but the opportunity to do some type of tax abatement through TIF, unless we can talk about or discuss additional debt service, which Attorney Chris Smith already stated would be a long and a hard sell. We would possibly need to kind of be more flexible in our strategic in our strategy to get that done.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Dr.
Madam
Spears.
Chair, I have a couple of follow-up questions. First to Mr. Smith, Councilor Smith. Can you tell me how long a process this is? If we have an October 1st deadline, right, or October deadline if we wanted to reduce the size of the CRA district, is that correct?
Let's go ahead.
Actually, the date of October 1st was in statute, was in a bill that didn't pass. But the new budget from the CRA is due by October 1st. And right now, to go to the county and others to try to expand it, the county would have to agree and the state would have to allow it by October 1st. So that is not a hard date, but that is a soft date. And given the makeup of the state, that's been the date that we've basically been told that it must be done in order to expand. But we're talking about reduction here.
Correct. Right, that's what I wanted to get to. So it's not really 6 to 12 months. It's 2 hearings, is that correct? And we have to notify the agencies that are
Yes, sir.
That are part of this. So it's not really 6 to 12 months. Okay. Second, I have a couple of questions. One for maybe we can have the city manager come up again because I have a couple of questions for him. Welcome back from Polk County. Okay, Mr. Evans, City Manager Evans, we have a number of projects along Broadway, is that correct, that are in the CRA district that the city is currently entertaining or has already gone through the approval process, is that correct?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we do. We have projected in the Broadway corridor, probably well over $2 billion worth of projects.
Correct. Do you have any idea what that's going to result in CRA TIF money?
Madam Chair, if I may. The city in its entirety's taxable value is about $900 billion. So, you're looking at, or sorry, $9 billion. So if you're looking at a increase of that amount, you're probably looking at, conservatively saying, a situation where the CRA, the TIF for the CRA would probably double or even triple, because I think collectively the amount, the value that's in the entire CRA is probably $1 billion in and of itself. So you would see a situation where both the city and the county's contributions would double at least, with the development projects that are currently making its way through the entitlement process.
Okay, Madam Chair, follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so a couple of those projects will be coming out of the ground real soon, if not already, correct?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, a lot of these projects are close to what is the final stage and then vertical construction. So they've gone through what is the more tedious process, the entitlement process, which requires the board's authorization. So some of those are going to be, in essence, referred to as shovel-ready projects.
Okay, so the TIF money that we were talking about before, the $3.9 million, I guess, that the Singer Island CRA pays to the CRA, that money would go to the city, is that correct? If the CRA district was no longer in Singer Island?
If the district was removed from the island, then the amount that the city contributes to the CRA would remain with the city.
So that's about $3.9 million recurring revenue, correct?
I think the projection number probably was 2-point-some million dollars, but yeah, a little over $2 million.
Okay, and the county money was how much?
I think the county money was about $2.5 million, around that number.
Okay, but we have a substantial amount of development going on. That's probably going to triple or quadruple the amount of money that the CRA district gets right now for its budget. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, with the development that's provided for in the Broadway corridor, you should see substantial economic growth in the CRA district.
Right. Safe Harbor is already under construction?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, they are.
And you do have a value of that building?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think the number was maybe 200 million or 50. A little off. 50. Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
That's optimism. So Safe Harbor, if you're listening, we expect more. No, 200 million. I think the original project, but yeah, so that's a $50 million project.
Okay, and the related project at the marina, that's going to be two
Madam
20-story
Chair,
buildings?
Humanity.
Sir?
Point of order, Humanity.
Excuse me?
This is not germane to what we're talking about.
Of course it's germane. I'm talking about where the money is going to come from. If we don't have the money coming from Singer Island, where would the money to the CRA come from? These are all properties that are in the CRA district. We're talking about how we would make up that money if the money were taken from Singer Island. So clearly it's germane.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of order.
Yes.
I'd asked about the germanity of this conversation in regards to all the other projects that we're talking about in development that we don't have timelines for or clear direction. We're talking about the lines of the CRA, about changing the lines, not about the value of property that's potentially going to be built or what's coming or what's coming down the pipeline. So that would be your ruling, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, these are clearly impacting what we're talking about tonight. If we're taking money from one place, we want to know where the money's coming from to replace
I
it.
think
That was brought up by a number of board
I
members.
hear what you're saying, Dr. Spiritus, but what happens at this situation is that is something that to guess on these projects about what they could bring or what they could potentially bring gives us no better or comfortable feeling about it because they're not sure. So I would want him to guess about how much it would be. I would want him to come back and say, this is how much, this is where it's going to come from, this is how much it's going to make up. Because having him on the spot to just answer these questions just to kind of guess on the top of his head about what it is. He said 200, it was 50. So you kind of understand that he's been asked these questions because some of the projects haven't even been started yet. So we really want to get a real accurate picture to be able to make this decision. I want to know exactly what it is. I don't want to know what a guesstimate may be. So to be able to be fair to the people sitting here, I don't want to guess. I want to be able to know what it is.
Okay, I agree, Madam Chair. So if I can ask the Executive Director of the CRA a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Uh, Director Merzius, when you did your budget this year, did you take into account the related project at the marina and the Safe Harbor project in your budgeting?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
We did take into account of the related project for elements 8, but we did not take into account the Safe Harbor project that's happening right now, no.
Right, okay, follow up?
Okay,
So-
you got.
So the related project, did you take into account all 3 buildings or just the 12-story building that they're breaking ground on? Because we know they have 3 years to complete all 3 towers.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
As of right now in the budget, we've only taken a look at element 8, which is the one that we have just went ahead with an agreement on, which will be the affordable housing component, workforce component.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm gonna make a statement after everyone else has their questions. I want to be able to read a statement. I just don't want to take the time from everyone else.
A
So
statement in
just let me
regards
know to what we're talking about tonight.
Okay, this is a discussion. We're not voting on anything tonight. This is a discussion so that, because this is new to me. This is a discussion so that we can figure out what's happening, what does it impact, how does it impact the entire city? Because even though we're talking about the CRA in its district, we do have to look at the entire city. Now, with that being said, there are a lot of variables here that we need to have answers to. And I don't think we're going to get them tonight, given the fact that this is our first discussion on this. So I don't want to go, keep going and going and going on this discussion because we have more questions than we do answers. And we need to be able to make sure that the people sitting here get the right answers. And the fact that they have entrusted us to make a decision about this. And I want to make sure that the decision that I make is based on facts and is based on the fact that they know why the decisions were made. So you can read your statement now so that we can move on to our next item.
Okay, thank you. And just before I start my statement, to the mayor, please don't think that you know what's going on in my head and what I'm thinking and what the reason. He made a comment to me directly, so I have a right legally to respond to that comment. I made that comment because I believe that that's what the charter says and we should follow the charter. And I believe that's what our bylaws say. And quite frankly, I disagree with the ruling that we did tonight. But I had the right to say that, and I believe that to be true. I believe that the charter, if they wanted to say that the mayor was
right.
going to be there, it would have said it.
And we're under the
Okay,
CRA.
so now, I'm just going to state for the record, people say, how come you brought this up this soon? I will tell you factually.
Is that your statement?
What?
Is that
it's
your
going to be
statement?
part of my statement. I'm
Yes.
going to be talking about,
I thought you
I'm
wanted to
getting to
read-
my statement, but this is the beginning. I don't have to read everything in my statement. A lot of it's
So
in my
you're
head.
just going to
Yeah,
paraphrase
this
your
is part of-
statement.
right.
Okay, very good.
Right, so I just want you to know that I was approached by 3 developers already in the CRA district on Singer Island who made it very clear to me that they're planning on building 25-story plus buildings. I know that they met with other council members. This all happened in the last month. Legally, if these people file their plans right now, we could change the zoning, but it'll be too late because the law will say that they're already grandfathered in and that project can go ahead. If you read the Palm Beach Post today, you saw that Northwood was having a very similar issue with a high-rise development at the north end of West Palm Beach, and West Palm Beach changed the zoning to 40-foot height. But the projects that were already submitted and going through review were grandfathered in. So the longer we wait, the more time the developer has to submit plans to the city and get through the process before we can change anything. Once we change it, once they submit their plans, it's almost impossible to stop the project legally. I mean, we could stop it, but they'll take us to court and ultimately they'll win. I could tell you that I was involved in a very similar case in the city of Long Beach up in New York, where I was city manager. It cost the city $300 million because they try to stop this developer. They're paying that. They had a bond. It was a $150 million judgment. They're paying a $150 million bond on top of that. So it cost the city $300 million because they didn't act fast enough. They waited too long. I just want to, so that's the reason that I brought this up tonight, because I believe that we do have our back to the wall. The time is not on our side right now. It's on the developer's side. And most of the people here that are sitting here tonight have met with these developers. They know exactly what they're planning on doing. The CRA district exists in Florida, as we know, to eliminate substandard, inadequate infrastructure, insufficient roadways, and inadequate parking. As a direct result of the CRA designation on Singer Island coming as a zoning district known as the IHC-PUD, which allows 25 stories, that comes with the CRA district, that zoning. That's 300 feet high buildings currently. Singer Island has over 35 20-story plus buildings on a 2-mile stretch of the ocean front. That's a lot of buildings. As the people said tonight, try coming out of your condominium or your street during season and see how long it takes you to get out and how difficult it is to get out onto A1A. Just go try and drive north when the PGA bridge opens up. You'll see you'll be backed up all the way to the church. Just think of adding 5 or 6 25-story buildings on top of what we already have. Currently, the Singer Island CRA district includes the Ritz-Carlton. And by the way, just so you know, the Ritz-Carlton would have been built whether it was a CRA district or not. It was oceanfront property. I'm a developer. I know what the value is of waterfront property. It would have been built regardless. But I can tell you, I used to go to the Days Inn on a regular basis and have breakfast there. It clearly was not a blighted property. The recurring tax revenues right now that we're talking about, this is approximately $3 million a year that goes to the CRA from the Singer Island tip. That money, if it went to the city, this same board sitting here right now could say, let's go spend that money on housing on the west side on Military Trail. They could say, let's spend that money on more police. Let's go spend that money on the infrastructure. They don't have that ability to do that if the money has to be spent in the CRA district, because the CRA district is a very small portion of the city of Riviera Beach. The majority of the people that need it are not included in the CRA district. I myself have been working very hard with the CRA and with communities on the west side of the bridge in order to help revitalize those communities and bring projects to fruition and to help stabilize those communities. And many of those communities are blighted communities. We have other agencies in the city. We have the Housing Authority that's building workforce housing, low-income housing, and moderate-income housing. And actually, they're going to be building some more market rate type housing in the city in the very near future. But they're competing with the CRA. I don't understand why we have 2 agencies in the city doing the exact same thing. But that's an argument for another day. But these things are happening with the CRA or without the CRA being on Singer Island. Phil Foster Park, you know, we have obviously environmentally, we have a very fragile environment on Singer Island. All we need is one storm and we can have the intracoastal meeting the ocean. It doesn't take a lot. And to be encouraging more 25-story buildings doesn't make sense at this point. Clearly, we have the buildings that are there, but to build more does not make a lot of common sense. We know that they came up tonight numerous times that there's only 1 lane in each direction for the majority of the island. That's crazy. I mean, to build more buildings, we know that we can't handle that traffic. Has there been, I just want everyone here to know that I asked for a moratorium on the development of Singer Island, a wall of Singer Island a few months ago. I could not get a second to my motion. It's something that we really, really have to think about. This board has to think about that because we're talking about compromise. We're talking about common sense, smart growth. And
sir, I've been very
and I
generous in
think it,
allowing you to
well,
speak.
I have the
I
right
mean,
to speak. I'm a
no,
commissioner here. I
listen.
have
You
a
have
right to
every
speak.
right to speak,
Yes,
but
and
we have
I'm
an entire agenda.
well,
We're not
I know
making
we have
it.
we have an entire agenda,
Hold on.
but this is a very
Let me
important
finish, sir.
item.
Let me finish. I'm the chair. Let me finish. I'm saying to you that I don't. I'm allowing you to speak. We have limits on discussions. That's parliamentary rules of Robert rules of order. You have to have a limit on discussion because we each can sit up here and take one item and go all night with it. It is understood. I mean, you hear the board's feedback. If you made a motion right now, do you think you could get a second? I don't know, but that's
Not, but
I'm saying that
no,
to say
probably
that.
not, but I would want to go on record of saying it because
Right,
I'm planning on
I
making
can
that motion.
appreciate that. And please let me finish talking before you start talking over me. So we need to make sure that our discussions are about the subject that it is, that we're not here all night talking about one issue, given that everything on this agenda is very important. So I will allow you to continue, but please wrap this up because we do have public comment and we do have 6, 7 other items on the agenda that are just as important as any of the other items on here. So please go ahead, sir.
Hey, Madam Chair, all I would request is that in the future, you set a policy on how much time that members of the council are going to speak. That's in Robert's rules. We can't
I
just
will
do
do.
it based on
Yes.
whether one person's speaking more than what you liked at that time. There has to be a
Not about
policy.
what
There
I
has to be a
like.
there has to be
It
a
is a
policy.
courtesy,
I
sir.
understand, but it has to be a policy. Courtesy is we have, by the way, contrary to what was
Okay, go
said
ahead
here
and finish your
earlier,
statement
the
because
majority of
I'm
these
not gonna
people
go
are from
back and
Singer
forth with you,
Island. They're
Mr.
not from
Spears.
Palm
I
Beach
am not
Isles.
going back and forth.
Okay.
Please finish your statement.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion that we accept the necessity report done by our consultants to reduce the size of the CRA district and to eliminate Singer Island from the foot of the bridge, heading west, heading east be eliminated and west be included.
Motion dies for a lack of a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I know the motion died, but the motion was to accept the report with them saying that,
The report was to reduce the size of the CRA district from Singer Island. Is that correct?
was that your,
Wasn't a
what your report?
necessity, a needs necessity report saying that we could reduce the size of
Not that we
of the
could, but
CRA
we needed
district?
to.
It was a presentation on
No.
pros and cons, basically.
I want to see what the
Go ahead,
response
sir.
is.
Madam Chair, the, the information that was just distributed to this body through the executive director was just a report of the process. This is not the actual work that's required in order to come up with an assessment of whether or not that would move forward. It's just what the statutory requirements are as information, and that's what we provide.
Okay,
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So then I was given misinformation during my briefing, but that's okay. We'll do this again.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, Waters Group, for your presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Jadell, Mr. Mercius, for your presentation as well. We really appreciate the information. I think that the more information that we have, the better we will be. Thank you again. Let us move on to our next item, Madam Clerk.
Suicide.
Well, let us do this. How many public comment cards do we have?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have 6 public comment cards.
Okay, let's go ahead and do those 6. Let's go ahead and do public comment first.
Bye, Sandy. Thank you for coming.
We're in the middle of a meeting. Man, we'll take a 5 minute recess. We'll take a 5 minute recess. It's just. need to call the meeting back to order. We still have an agenda that we have to get through. Madam Clerk, could you go on to our next item so that we can?
I thought it was public speaking.
Oh, that's right, public. That's right, public comment. I'm sorry.
I mean,
Thank you,
public comment.
thank you, Commissioner Guyton. Let's go to public comment, Madam Clerk. Public comments.
Madam Chair?
Oh, there's a thing I have to read. That's right.
Yes, thank you.
Comments from the public. Comments from the public. Non-agenda items. Non-agenda items. Speakers. Wait a minute. Non-agenda item speakers. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the City Council, with which in that event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Please be reminded the CRA Board of Commissioners has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk or right in the middle of this aisle. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the commissioner chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Bill Control, followed by Lloyd Brown.
I think Bill gone.
Lloyd Brown, followed by Margaret Shepherd.
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown. I just have a question. Does the sunshine law apply to y'all? I mean, does it apply to y'all, the sunshine law? I mean, because apparently it doesn't. Because for one thing, I knew who was going to be the mayor because the mayor told me 2 or 3 days before he got the position. I mean, I ain't your friend when it comes to you doing, you must not have a conscience. None of y'all got a conscience. None of y'all. Y'all pick your friends to be in these positions. You think I go get my mama to work on my brain because she's my mama? She's not a brain surgeon. You got to get somebody qualified. Then I don't see how this man telling me he can do more in the mayor position. It's like when he was in the council, he had a shotgun. Now he got a toothpick. So, I mean, that don't make no damn sense.
Hey.
And then you know what? Damn ain't a bad word. It's a place you hold water back. Come on now, you done stopped everybody in here like the lady said. You don't give people a chance to talk. You didn't give a man a chance there. You don't give, you gotta be quiet. I'm not saying anything bad when I say dam because they build them all over the world. China's building the biggest dam in the world right now.
Oh, sir.
No, I'm gonna be straight up. Y'all violated the sunshine law. Palm Beach folks, this man told me he was gonna be mayor 3 days before he got in here. So apparently they talked out there somewhere, and if they didn't, he got ESP, and I know he don't, and that's a doggone shame. And y'all sit up here with don't even have a damn conscience. And then you talking about the CRA, I call that gentrification. And you know what it means if you don't look it up. And the people over Singers Island, I can understand them. You go building these condos, a lot of them ain't gonna be able to pay what these people is gonna just move in there. But I'm gonna tell you, y'all need to get rid of the CRA if they're not helping everywhere. Who gives, I mean, come on. How many of y'all got property in the CRA area? And every time you make a vote, your property value goes up. It's a shame. Palm Beach Post, look into this now. This man told me he was gonna be mayor 3 days before they voted for him. So Palm Beach Post, Channel 12, the one to turn to, I know you ain't gonna worry about it. I know you hear me, you ain't gonna do nothing about it because you like us over in Riviera Beach to be effed up.
Margaret Shepherd, followed by Delcia Brooks Hamilton.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I've learned something here tonight. People asking me about the CRA and from the island to very interesting conversation. I just wish there probably should have been a workshop so we can get the logistics of how this works, because I really don't know how it works. Sounds very complicated. Sounds like it's a lot of money involved for both sides. If we just sat down and really got the venue together to really talk about it. I'm just really confused about how things work. Um, we're one. We're one. The east side, the west side, the island, we're one. Why? I can't figure out why we're fighting. We're agreeing to disagree, agree. So we're gonna fight with these words. We're we have development coming on. We should be very proud that we're building. We're not building. Why are we fighting? For a long time, Broadway has been a desolate piece of property that need revitalizing. And we need money. We need those tax dollars to come in. So I can't figure out what is the problem. Why couldn't we just have had a workshop, break it down, bring in people that can explain it? Sitting on planning and zoning all this time, I want to tell you all, I am definitely confused, really confused. And I'll leave it like that. As far as the mayor, Mr. Lawson's all over the place. My suggestion is let him go. I don't think his words is going to hurt anybody. I've seen when Michael Brown was the mayor. He was, to me, if it was a strong mayor, Michael Brown should have been a strong mayor, but he wasn't. He kind of dipped into conversations with the lady. You had Mr. Masters, he was the mayor. Mr. Felder, he was just quiet. Doug is a working mayor. He's just everywhere. So let us not stifle him. Let him go ahead. Let him do his comments. He doesn't vote, so how is it bothering anybody? It doesn't bother me because he's going to talk regardless of whatever's going on. Doug is going to talk, but he doesn't have a vote. And so let us respect him as the mayor of Revere Beach. Thank you.
Delcia Brooke Hamilton, followed by Dolores Williams.
Good evening, Council, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Jadel Mercius. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton, and I'm a small business owner in Palm Beach County. Have been an owner since 1989. The reason I am here, and I know a lot of you probably are tired of me, but I'm not going to go away because I think that I bring value to the city. Now, back in 2015, I submitted I submitted a proposal to the city. And back then, I just want to let you know that there was nobody interested in doing business with Revere Beach. But you know what? I saw a vision, not only for myself, but I saw a vision for our children, in not only for a restaurant, but also my vision was to bring a culinary arts school to Revere Beach and teach our children how to be chefs and waiters for my business. So that was the vision that I had, and I still have that same vision. Now, I submitted an unsolicited proposal because I wanted to partner with the city. And the only reason why I did that is because of the fact that when that RFP was put out back in 2015, they were looking for minority restaurant operators, and it was never part of a master plan. The pad sites that you see out front was independent, had nothing to do with this master plan. But, once things changed, then they were looped into this master plan. And that's why I am still here. Losing money, I'm losing money, the city's losing money because my master developer could come in and build the restaurant, my restaurant, and also the parking garage. Moving forward, I would like for you guys to consider to grandfather me in. My God, I've spent so much money, wasted so much time. Now I even have, God forbid, high blood pressure from the stress that I've gone through this whole process. It's not fair to me that I have gone through so much. It's been 10 years. My God, how much longer am I have to going to continue to ask you guys to consider me? It's not like I'm asking the city for money. I have my own funds. I have my own developer. Now, I don't mind partnering with the developers, but I did that. And what happened? They got disqualified. And guess what? Where do I stand? Right here again before you, asking for the same thing I've been asking since 2015. My goodness, So I'm asking to grandfather it into this process because I have the experience. My family has been in the hospitality business. I have been in that business for so long, own restaurants all over. And
Okay. Thank you so much.
Dolores Williams, followed by Cindy March.
I think they're gone.
Madam Chair, that is the end of public comment cards.
Let's go to the next item, please.
Item 5A, presentation of the fiscal year 2024 RBCRA and RBCDE financial audit. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have no comment cards for this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
with the pleasure of the board, take the appetite of hearing the resolutions. We do have some speakers from out of town, and we have some speakers for both projects. I know we have our budget talks that we want to make sure we can get to as well. But the two resolutions, I know that we have some people that are coming to present as well. Would the board have any appetite to take those first?
What resolutions are those?
7A and 7B before the staff's presentations.
No, I have no problem if the board agrees. Okay, very good. Let's go to 7A. Madam Clerk.
Item number 7A, resolution number 2025-15, authorizing the agency to enter into an agreement between EL Waters and Company LLC to provide comprehensive planning services on an as-needed basis to the Revere Beach CRA. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have one comment card.
Thank you. Motion?
So move.
Second? Second. Any public comment?
Madam Chair, we have one comment card.
Let's do that.
Lloyd Brown.
Lord is gone. Lord is gone. Yes. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any other explanation from the chair about this item? I'm sorry, from the executive director.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and once again, good evening. This item that I bring before you all, or that we, the CRA, bring before you all, is an item to move forward with the resolution authorizing the agency to enter into an agreement with EL Waters. As you all know, we have several either capital improvement projects, long-scale development projects in the queue for development all throughout our CRA district. With that, there is a need to expedite the process of moving forward with rights to entitlement along with opportunities for the permit process. We feel like the best way to do this at this time, currently right now, is to move forward with the development consultant. This consulting arm will more or less provide for proper feedback for each of those development firms as in terms of moving forward within the development phase. So I like to bring forward our proposed development services arm, EL Waters, for any questions that you all may have, and also to pass this resolution as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
can you tell me where this firm is located?
This firm is based, this firm is based in Miami-Dade County, but they have done work all throughout Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County. The principal owner of this firm has an impeccable resume that he has illustrated work and done work in Palm Beach County, Broward, and Miami-Dade County in CRA roles, along with economic development roles.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so you didn't bother interviewing anyone from Palm Beach County?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I did not take a look at any firms or planning and development consulting firms from Palm Beach County. Upon entering into this role as the executive director of the CRA, my main point or more or less scope of work included getting us to a fast track or getting us on track for some of the development that we have throughout our CRA. I felt like it was important that we move forward with a planning and development arm, and I did not move forward with an interview process for firms within Palm Beach County.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Go ahead.
So I don't understand that because we have a lot of very qualified planning and development consultants in Palm Beach County that are actually even within a 2-3 mile radius of the city of Riviera Beach. I don't see how this is a renewal of this contract. I don't understand why we're not dealing with local people that pay taxes in Palm Beach County.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to emphasize to the board that there was a contract initially upon coming into this role where it was more or less a pilot contract where they were in for about 3 months. Within those 3 months, it evolved into a 6-month, more or less contract, but they only have gotten paid 3 months worth of work. And this contract is proffering an as needed basis. This contract doesn't involve a regulatory amount that would be paid and provided to the company. This would be a as needed basis. So if I need something done for a specific development or a project, I would be able to call on this development firm or excuse me, development arm, and they would provide those services in an expedited fashion.
Thank you, sir. Yes, go ahead.
Did we go through procurement to look at several firms? I know you said you didn't look for any, but did you go through a process at any point before you came to conclusion of this one?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis Panir,
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Spiritus,
No.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner Spiritus and Vice Chair Miller Anderson dissenting.
Madam Chair, can I say something?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
But Director, I do share concerns with my colleague here. Can we in the future have the process be done like it usually is done through procurement or some type of selection process?
Chair?
Yes,
I will do so, yes.
Thank you.
thank you. Madam Clerk, 7C.
Madam Chair, we're moving to 7B. We tabled 7C.
That is right.
Item 7B, resolution number 2025-16, approving for development agreement between the City of Riviera Beach CRA, Exact Capital, Riviera Gateway LLC, and Riviera Beach Housing Authority for the development of the property located at 2600 and 2601 Broadway. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Madam Chair, we have one comment card.
Let's do public comment first.
Margaret Shepard.
We have we need a motion in a second.
So move.
Second.
Chair, before we start,
Sure.
this project here, I just want to disclose the information that my husband, not my relative, is on the Housing Authority Board, but Mr. Smith, is this something I need to abstain from?
By law, you don't have to abstain from it. Your husband will will not receive any monetary benefit from it. You disclosing it is enough under the law.
Okay, thank you. So I'm making my disclosure. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Mercius. I'm sorry, public comment.
Margaret Shepard.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. As Mrs. Miller Anderson was saying, her husband's on the board. And I want to commend this mayor for putting such a prestigious board together. One of the young men said it's going to be interesting, some of the projects that they have going. Well, it is interesting because they have been going through many, many, many projects, bringing them to the city of Riviera Beach. I have sat through 4 EDs, and this is one of the most prestigious boards that we have right now. We have people now in place that are, I guess, real estate agents that know the business. So they're fitting right into the Housing Authority board. And I think that if we allow ourselves to relax and just allow them to come in and fill in this resolution, I think that we will understand that we need housing. There's no more vouchers. There's no more public housing. We now have affordable housing, workforce housing. We have an opportunity now to give people a opportunity to own something or be a part of something. I think I heard someone say that the rent is now $2,900 for a 2 bedroom. Uh, and I'm a recipient of the Housing Authority, and I'm very grateful to them that during the time of my illness, they stepped in and gave me a place that I'm very proud of. Uh, if you didn't know where I lived at, if I didn't have my car there, I think I heard Mr. Spirit say he goes by there sometime. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of property that anybody could be proud to live in. So I ask for us to step back, pass this resolution, give them the opportunity to show you that they are, with this new board, as I listen to them, ready to move the Riviera Beach Housing Authority. And you will be a part of that. You will be a part of them making people understand. I don't think there's no other Riviera, no other housing authority as gracious as they are. They have been recipient of many, many awards. And I think with these projects coming online, I think the city of Riviera Beach is going to be very proud. And I did, Mr. Mercer, see the new signage, I think on Broadway and Blue Heron. I'm very proud of it. I stopped and took a couple of more looks, went around the corner and came back. I'm proud to be a resident of Riviera Beach. And as these projects are moving forward, I am proud to be a part of it. I'm proud of my city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mercius, could you please provide an overview of this item for us?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you. This item comes from us at the February meeting where we made a decision, or the board made a decision, to move forward with Exact Capital to develop the specific area on 2600 and 2601 Broadway. It is set to be the gateway project to the Riviera Beach city, and we have the Exact Capital representatives here to discuss any questions you all have before the lease agreement.
Very good. Any questions from the board in regards to this item?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Guyton, then Dr. Spears. Commissioner Guyton, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was not on the board when this was approved, and it was late in the day today when I was reading the actual agreement. I had skimmed through it. But there are a couple of questions that I have regarding the agreement. On page 2, one of the whereas it says the CRA finds that the Riviera Gateway LLC and Riviera Beach Housing Authority have demonstrated the financial capacity. I would like to those whatever documents that were submitted in that regard, I'd like a copy of them. The other question that I have, or actually that was a request, it says that this is under Article 2, 3.1. The city and CRA acknowledge that the developer intends to obtain financing with respect to the project. I would like to know, and many projects get funding after they have been tentatively approved, then that go says I'm approved for a project and these are the funds that we need. So, but I would like to know um, how long, if we approve this, how long before they think that they would be able to secure financing with somebody from their operation.
Good evening. Hope Calhoun, Land Use Council for Exact Capital and Development Team, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
The short answer is that during the presentation of the project to the CRA, which you noted you were not present, they did discuss and present as a part of the backup materials their financial package. But to specifically answer your question, they are currently in close negotiations and talks with their financial partners. So the financial partners are waiting for this project to continue to go forward so they can say yes, sign on the dotted line, and move forward.
Is there an estimated time frame after we approve it, if we approve it tonight?
I would say eminently. I don't have the exact date for you. I couldn't tell you exactly, but it's kind of a chicken and an egg situation. They're waiting for the city to, CRA and the city to move forward so they can move forward, but they are in constant communication with regard to timing and moving forward.
Okay, with all projects, financing is an issue with me.
Okay.
And we've been through the process of approving projects and they're gonna go find financing, they're talking to financing. And I just wanted an estimated time frame about how long you think it's gonna take. But apparently you don't have that right now. Next question. On the Article 4, it says that the Broadway East Development 4.3.1, the Broadway East parcel shall be conveyed to the developer for a negotiated sum of $1 million. 4.32 says at the time of closing on the Broadway East parcel, the developer shall pay the CRA the sum of $500,000. My question is that the closing after you all secure the funds, or is that the closing between the CRA and the developer?
That's the closing on the conveyance of the parcel.
I have a question about the conveyance too. Okay. So that's between the CRA.
That's correct.
Yes.
The CRA is the owner of the property, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, okay.
Yes. Okay. I didn't know if it was when you secure the funds and close on those or whether it was with us. Okay. 4.3.3 says within 45 days of closing of the construction loan for the project, the developer should pay the CRA the remaining purchase price balance of $500,000 after the initial deposit of the $500,000. This is what I have a question about. And payment of $250,000 contribution made to blank vocational training program as further described in Article 7. Has that vocational training program been identified?
It's my understanding that that is still being finalized.
So you have identified somebody? Let me tell you where I'm going.
Sure.
We have a vocational training school right here in Riviera Beach.
Yes, it's to benefit Riviera Beach.
North Tech. North Tech. Is that what? That's it? Oh, okay. Now you get my attention. Okay, because I like to keep it home. I like
Intended to benefit
Yeah,
Riviera
and
Beach.
they've been over there for 40, 50 years, very reputable, and they're in need, and it would be a nice gesture. Okay, 4.3.4. The city shall grant the Broadway East parcel an ad valorem tax exempt for a period of 30 years after the closing as follows. There's an escalating scale here of paying 50% after the between the one and the first and fifth year. Beginning the sixth year, the tax exempt decreases annually of 2.5%, and until the developer is paying 100% assessed. My question, and maybe to my colleagues, we do private deals to get the ad valorem taxes. I'm not sure. This is a tax exempt deal. What is what was the logic behind that? Can anybody answer that? You know, y'all can get with me late on that. But I would like to know that. I would like to know because we do private deals to put them on our tax rolls and generate revenue. And this is a tax exempt deal, which I didn't know. And it says the city shall convey the Broadway West parcel to the developer at no cost. And is that the workable force? I mean, huh?
Senior affordable workforce.
Okay. On 4.4.2, it says that the city should grant 100% ad valorem tax exempt to the developer for a period of 30 years after closing on the Gateway West parcel. This is what I have the question on. Developer should begin construction of the project no later than it's blank. Why is it blank?
If I may.
Yeah. Well, no, she's the chair.
Go ahead. Thank you. So this document that's before you is to be adopted in form, as the resolution reads, as the form of the agreement with the details such as, for example, you read the technical vocational program is left blank. The ordinance number, so some information that's left blank because we need the form of the agreement approved so we can get through the development stage. We can't tell you when we're going to begin development because we haven't even started with entitlements yet. We haven't started application number 1. So once we get to do that, we can fill these in and move forward.
Okay, run it by me again. Wait, and what I need you to run by me is you said that you can't tell us now until what now?
The short answer is that we haven't started. We haven't even started the entitlement process yet. We haven't submitted any applications. So without even I don't even know that we have construction drawings yet.
So what are we approving then?
You're approving the form of the agreement. So in essence, the terms of the agreement with the details to be finalized as we go through and get closer to the development process. So you're approving the concept, you're approving the deal points that have been negotiated, you're approving the opportunity for this to move forward and go through the development process. The resolution reads, I think
okay.
Your city attorney, your CRA attorney wants to speak.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And where I'm going with this is starting dates. I didn't see anything in here where you had to start by a certain date. Staff, that's another issue. I don't need an answer right now. There's normally you'll have 18 months or 2 years to start construction. I've looked at these agreements. I see you shaking your head in agreement. So, but I don't see anything like that in here. Why is there's nothing that would generate a start date, and that's for a reason. We don't want projects just sitting for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So On staff, you can get back to me on that one too.
Can we get an answer now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I like that question.
It was a long, a little lengthy, but, a little lengthy, but.
Yeah, finally got there, but.
finally got there. I'm sorry. The chair would like an answer.
Vice Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Once this agreement has been struck, we'll begin working with Exact Capital and their representation on what that start date looks like. Currently, we've been concentrating specifically on getting this lease agreement done. With the approval of that planning and development arm, along with other items, CRA staff will begin that process with timeline for construction along with the entitlement as well.
Madam Chair, if I may. So we're approving an agreement on terms where some of the terms are not included right now. Is that what I'm understanding?
All the major deal points are included in the agreement that's before you now. There are some things that will come after we begin the process. I think it was mentioned earlier, the term chicken and the egg. They need to start something. We need to start a process now. This will come back before you again with everything in it, but they needed to start now in order to begin the process.
You could just answer my question. So this is coming back to us.
Yes, for final agreement, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. All righty.
May I just add
Yeah.
briefly, just,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not the chair.
I'm sorry.
Briefly.
Yes, go ahead.
I can be very brief, I promise, and I can speak really fast. I'm just trying to control myself tonight. But Article 11 speaks about events of default. So to the point that you're concerned, and as has already been stated, once this is finalized, if we don't perform as required, it's considered an event of default. So understanding that there are blanks currently, as was explained, those will be finalized and finished. And if we don't do our part, there are default provisions.
Madam
Sir.
Chair, I just want to say something behind that.
Go ahead.
So with it being blank, I just want to be very clear. You only need it to move forward on whatever it is that you need to move forward on, but these details are going to come back to us before we enter into this agreement.
What was
Because
that question?
I don't like,
What was that question again?
approving a blank check,
So it's
basically.
Commissioner Anderson, could you ask that question again?
I know you had stepped out a little bit, but there's terms in here, but there's some details missing. So they need us to approve so they can move forward. Okay, you want to say it? Maybe
If I may,
don't
Chair, and
remember what
I think
said.
your director wants to speak, or your city attorney.
Chair, if I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What we'd like to do and what we have presented in front of you today are I'd say the term is more or less a term sheet. The specific basic foundational agreement that we have in front of you, we'd like to move forward with that process with your agreement, with all of your agreements. Then we go into the process of filling in those blanks as fast as possible and getting those blanks or those questions filled in for you all. Then we'll present it back to the board for the board to opine on the agreement as a whole.
You do that, that's when it will be a finalized agreement. It's not a finalized agreement until it comes back to us with the answers in the blanks.
Correct.
Are you on that same page?
So I just would have tweaked that just a little bit, in that you're approving again the form of the document, right, with all the terms pretty much agreed to. We are literally, for example, the technical program, we've identified that we are going to do, and we just have to fill in the name. There's an ordinance to be adopted, we have to fill that in. But the material portions, of the agreement, the substantive portions of the agreement are here. There's nothing missing. There's nothing that could be presented to you in the future that's going to be different than what you have now, except, again, a T crossed and an I dotted. So I don't, and you're to be authorizing the final execution of this document.
Madam Chair?
Wait. I had the floor, Madam Chair. I just have one more statement. So in your, Ms. Calhoun is the last name, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ms. Calhoun, So clearly, your interpretation is this is a final agreement. Am I correct?
My interpretation is it's the final form of the agreement.
So would we still have a chance once it come back to us if we decided now, could we move differently? And could you say, no, we have an agreement?
I'll leave that honestly to your CRA attorney to respond on your behalf.
Okay.
Yeah, CRA attorney?
It was my understanding that that we're coming back. We can specify more specifically. I'll work on language now within this resolution to make sure that the final form is agreed upon by the board.
What's Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So are you saying, because clearly Ms. Calhoun is suggesting that this is it, this is our agreement, and you're saying that, no, you're going to bring it back to us for final approval. So when are you all going to get on the same page?
I'm about to put that in the resolution right now.
Okay, all right. And my last question is, there's a reference to a contract administrator. Who is that? I mean, what position? Who's going to be the contract administrator here? Under 4.7 says any proposed modifications to the project development plan, which I want to see. I was looking for that. That's it. Shall be submitted to the contract administrator for approval. Who's going to be approving modifications? And it's saying that it doesn't have to come back to us, the board.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
those plan modifications within the contract will be reviewed by staff along with our planning and development arm.
Okay, but in this agreement, it says by the plan administrator, by the contract administrator, whose name going to be representing the contract administrator? I know staff will be working on it. That's not in here. It says contract
It's
administrator.
defined. So I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Page 4 defines contract administrator as the executive director of the agency or his or her designee.
Okay, that's interesting. Go to 4.7 with me. So you said executive director?
That's how it's defined in the agreement, yes.
Yeah. It says in this agreement, if the contract administrator, or if you don't agree with the contract administrator, the last sentence where it says, then the developer has the right to appeal to the executive director of the agency. But you're saying he's the contract administrator. He can't appeal to himself.
I think that's probably, we need to wordsmith that a little bit better.
I think, yeah.
Sure.
It need to be identified.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Dr. Spears?
Director Merzius, can you tell me, since we're talking about money tonight, that seems to be a big question. Was there an appraisal done on this property?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
there was no appraisal done on this property upon selection.
Shouldn't we have done an appraisal on this property before we even put out an RFP?
Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
upon the issuance of the RFP, I'm not privy to who made it. I wasn't here when the RFP was pushed out. I wouldn't have any information regarding what decision process was made to determine what the scope would be or would look like for the RFP and the issuance of it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
But, I'm not putting the blame on any one person, but you have been here for quite a while now during this process, and we could have done an appraisal on this property during the whole process here.
Can we still get one?
Of course you can still get one.
Yeah, well.
That could be in the contract. It could be subject to an appraisal price and both parties agreeing to the price. Second, Second question, is there a payment in lieu of taxes involved in this project? Is there a pilot?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
The first question, upon the appraisal, we've had previous discussions about appraisal for the property, myself along with the Exact Capital team. We are open to an appraisal process, as we look to go ahead and push this agreement forward. Can you please repeat that last question, please? I didn't hear it.
Okay, a payment in lieu. Is there a pilot on this property? Payment in lieu of taxes?
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna let Hope Calhoun go ahead.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the questions?
Is there,
Chair.
in this agreement, is there a payment in lieu of taxes?
There is not, sir.
There is not?
No. Am I wrong? I don't.
That is
I believe
something
there
we
is.
need to consider as well. I mean, I think this exercise is for us to go through the contract and ask and tell you that these are some of the issues that we have, and you guys go back to the drawing board to kind of figure out how to move forward. But those two questions that have been asked, I definitely want to be a part of the process. Number one, there needs to be an appraisal. Y'all pay for it. Number two, there has to be some type of uh, concession, compromise in terms of payment in lieu of taxes. And what that looks like, I guess we could come to the table for, but we have to figure out something on that end.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Payment in lieu of taxes we're not doing that in this project, so I'm not clear about the benefit of that and why it's being introduced now. Maybe I missed it. I just don't.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I've had discussions with the developer with respect to a payment in lieu of taxes and what those percentages would be that I would be satisfied with. And now I'm seeing that it's not, you're telling me it's not in the document, there's no pilot?
So we're doing, maybe we're calling it two different things. So paragraph 4.3 addresses tax exemptions at a sliding scale. Is that not what you're speaking of?
That's a pilot.
Oh, that's okay. Then I misspoke. I misunderstood.
Hey, can you tell us what those percentages are, how it works?
Sure. I apologize. I misunderstood. Years 1 through 5, 50%, and beginning at year 6, it decreases annually at a rate of 2.5.
Okay, so that's 50% of what the taxes would have been, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Is that what that is?
That's a pilot, yes.
Okay.
I misspoke. I misunderstood.
Right,
Excuse me.
that makes sense because, Madam Chair, I've done a number of these projects, and
No, I thought
that
that.
50% number is a good number and it goes up percentage-wise till they're paying 100%.
But when you asked that question, I'm sorry, when you asked that question and she said no, nothing, then that's what piqued my
I
interest in
misunderstood the
terms of
question.
that.
I
All right,
my
gotcha.
fault.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about this item?
No, Madam Chair, but I would like to amend my motion.
You have a motion?
Yeah, I made it.
Okay. What are you going to amend, sir?
Section 2, authorization. It reads, the agency hereby authorizes the execution of the form of development agreement attached hereto. Well, this is the agreement.
2.1?
Resolution.
Section 2.
The resolution.
The resolution.
The resolution.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Again, the agency hereby authorizes the execution of the form of development agreement in substantially the form presented at this meeting with such changes, modifications, and deletions as they may deem necessary and appropriate. The final agreement shall be approved by the board at a subsequent meeting. That's my motion.
Very good. Second. Any other questions about the motion that's on the floor? Any discussion about the item itself? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Davis Panir.
Yes.
Commissioner Guyton.
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson. Commissioner Spiritus. Chair Lanier.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
With this item, we'll look to work with Exact Capital on wordsmith and the language, along with making sure that we have that appraisal property to present to you all, excuse me, the appraisal value of the property to present to you all before we move forward.
Yes, very good. Thank you, sir. Excellent. Let us look at this agenda board. We have, it seems as if we may have a lot of items at the end of this agenda.
No, we don't.
Chair?
What, yes.
No, that's my update.
Oh,
Because we were slated to go to the August 13th. Originally, we were slated to go to the August 13th meeting. Staff decided to go ahead and move forward with this agenda along with showcasing our September 10th agenda, a future agenda, during my executive director comments.
all right, very good. So, at the pleasure of the board, if you could indulge me, if we can bring back the financial audit, we've got some of this in our city council meeting. If you could bring this back at the next meeting and let us just go over our budget, because I know that that's a time sensitive issue.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
We are ready.
All right, very good. What are we doing? We're gonna bring back the financial, the audit piece, and then we're gonna do the budget now because that is time sensitive. Go ahead, sir.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll look to move forward with the presentation of our first iteration of the budget.
Okay.
So what you all have before you is the budget overview of the CRA. This budget is developed to meet the needs of the city, of the CRA, with their approved projects and programs. We would like to review and propose to you the adoption of the CRA budget first in 2 iterations. Today, we would like to present to you all the budget presentation. On September 10th, we would like to move forward with the adoption of the CRA budget with your all approval.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So we're going to just have this meeting and then just the approval on September 10th? We're not having any other in-between meetings to discuss it?
We're having this meeting tonight, yes, as a budget presentation, and then we're looking to move forward with the adoption of the CRA budget on September 10th. Any questions that you guys may have in between those 2 timeframes? Of course, we all meet on a weekly basis, and I can have staff come and sit down during that discussion time period, and we can move forward with the budget. Usually, as I saw last year, there were 3 bites at the apple if necessary, but there was really 2. The board, the CRA presented 2 bites at the apple for the board to opine on. And the third was more or less an option. We still have that availability using the last Wednesday of the month of September, if necessary, to move forward with the adoption of the budget.
Okay. All right.
And what I would like to do or ask from you, Mr. Mercius, is that you give us the budget from last year and the budget from this year so that we can see where the differences are. That would help us out a whole lot because we will know exactly where the changes are, what went up, what went down. So if you can do a side-by-side comparison for us, or just let us know the areas in which the budget has changed, that would help us a lot to zero in on, some of the changes.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
We have that available in the budget book. We can discuss that, of course, tonight or...
Where is it? I didn't see they're side-by-side.
Maybe it wasn't side-by-side. He says in the budget.
So but of course, again, like as chair, if we have those conversations on a one-on-one, we can go over in full detail between last year, this year. We can, however you guys want to play it.
I just want to know the difference, the changes.
Sure.
If it's the same, the same amount of money that you gave to it last year, then.
Sure, absolutely.
Right. But if it's changed, I would like to know what that is.
We'll look into that, yes, absolutely.
Right. Very good, thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. Let us move on to discussion by the executive director.
Wait, we're gonna entertain a motion for the first approval.
Well, first of all, are we not talking about the budget? I mean, are we done? How are we done? We just, did I miss it?
Madam Chair, I agree. Weren't we supposed to get a presentation showing the budget and explaining the budget?
I thought it was up. Was it up?
We're
I
Chair.
thought that was the reason I.
We are
I
prepared
was
to.
I was
we-
looking for them side by side, but you can go ahead.
We're prepared to present the budget to you all tonight as the first iteration, and whatever questions you all might. But we're also prepared to finish this off as well. Whatever you guys may.
Just give us a brief overview.
I'll give you all a brief overview, of
Yeah.
course.
I mean, get us.
I don't want it rushed
Right.
through now.
Madam Chair, I agree.
Oh.
I want to spend time on this.
Okay, Chair.
Let us do that. Yes.
I will provide a brief overview of the succinct issues within the budget, and we will field the questions as needed.
Very good.
Thank you. So with the 2026 revenue, we are looking at a TIF increase of $1.2 million. So this is more or less a TIF revenue of 14.4. Like I said, it was increased from a $1.2 million. And then we also have other revenue in the form of the event center, Marina Village, and other activities for about $492,951. There's also a carryover of $4,155,543. This leaves us with an overall budget of about $19 million approximately.
Madam Chair?
Let's go ahead.
Okay, so you're talking about revenues, Mr. Director, right? So I'm concerned that you didn't include in there the funding that you're going to get from the related project, number one, and number two, the money from the unsolicited proposal. I believe that the city and the CRA will be splitting money on that, and I believe we'll be getting some money on the exact project that we just saw now. We're talking about millions of dollars, and I think that they have to be included in the budget if you're going to have an accurate budget.
The majority of, Chair?
Let's go ahead.
The majority of the projects that you speak upon still are pending per an agreement by the board. This budget presentation is to discuss more or less what we have now, concrete numbers of where we are now. The agreement, for example, with Exact Capital, as we all discussed, we're still needing to take steps to move forward with this. So yes, once those items, such as the Exact Capital deal, has been signed and sealed and we're ready to go, those items will be included into the budget as well.
Madam Chair?
Let's go ahead.
The related project is signed, sealed, and delivered. Not delivered yet, but it's signed and sealed. They're supposed to be breaking ground very soon. I do believe the Safe Harbor project is already under construction. So I think that we have to consider that these revenues are coming in. Or will be coming in.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Those items will be taken into consideration. Within the next pages of our presentation, we are ready to provide to you all with element 8, the affordable housing contribution, along with element 8, the tax credit loan off of a TIF revenue. We're having some issues with presenting it right now, but we're looking to go ahead and clean that up for you all.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Director Mercy, is it possible, with what Councilman Spiritus is saying, to get the projected revenue with some of the projects that he's talking about that are not set in stone? Can we get like a projection, some type of way? Even if it's not on your official budget, can we?
Chair?
Mhm.
We'll work on getting those projected numbers to you all during our week-to-week process and looking to go ahead and sit down with you all with those projected numbers. Thank you.
So let me ask this question. So with the projected revenue from that project, we're talking about the taxes on it? Or are we talking about the project?
We're talking about, a perfect example would be the unsolicited proposal. Remember, we did an appraisal on that property, and we had one appraisal. We asked for a second appraisal, and they upped the amount of money that they're going to be giving us. There's going to be a split on that between the city and the CRA, but we know what we're going to be getting depending on if we move forward with that project.
Right.
Related, we already have an agreement with. We know what the taxes are going to be and what they're not going to be. I think that's a pilot also.
I see.
So we
Chair?
should know what these numbers are, and exact we're doing right now. Once we do an appraisal, we'll have a good idea of what's coming in.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go
to
ahead.
Commissioner Spiritus' point, there was an appraisal done, and I believe you're talking about the 1851 property, correct? So with the 1851 property, there was an appraisal done, and the unsolicited, there's a fee where there's an ordinance that states that if an unsolicited proposal is submitted to the city, there's a $25,000 fee. With that $25,000 fee, it actually sits in the city's coffers, not in the CRA's coffers. So we do not have possession of those $25,000. The city does.
How is that possible?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
we're talking about a small fee right now. I mean, technically, there should have been an agreement with the city on this property. I would think that the CRA and the city would have had some sort of an agreement on how the fees were going to be split on this property. I don't know what the percentages are, but the appraisals have been done. Not one appraisal, two appraisals have been done on this property. And I know that the person who put in the unsolicited proposal agreed to pay the higher appraisal. You haven't come back to us yet with a recommendation, but we do have, hopefully it won't be less than what we already heard from the first appraisal and proposal.
With an 1851 West, we submitted a
Yes.
recommendation. It was on the agenda for review, the 1851 parcel, yes.
Okay, so then you know what that number is. You know what the appraisal is, so you should know with the city what percentage is going to go to the CRA and what percentage is going to go to the city. I don't think that that's a difficult task to figure out. So one group owns a certain percentage of the property and the other owns another percentage of the property. That's how it will probably be split.
Yes, sir.
And then there's also going to be taxes paid on these properties as well. We know these developers are going to develop. They've already proven that to us just next door. So we know that they have the ability to build these projects, and we certainly know that Related can build their projects. So I think you can't just ignore these numbers. These are big numbers. These are numbers that I wanted to see in the presentation that we had earlier tonight on the boundaries of the CRA. We should have had these numbers. We should have known these numbers.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Specific to the 1851 property, we haven't selected the developer yet. We don't know what that appraisal value would look like with whoever that developer is. So we would need to select the developer first, then we would look to gain that that appraisal number.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying, except that they submitted a proposal to the board. I don't think that this board would accept a proposal for less money than the appraisal price that came into us. I mean, that would be a pretty difficult position for us to take, with our fiduciary responsibility as board members. We're not going to take less money. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think you have to go with that appraisal, no matter who the developer is.
So, Chair, to be clear, Commissioner Spiritus is asking that we put in the budget what that appraised price value or that appraised value of the space looks like, or that parcel looks like. We will look to put the appraisal value into the budget, but I have to stress that if we do not know who that developer is, we would need to come to an agreement with that developer before we move forward with any certain type of appraisal value. But I understand what you're saying, sir. You would like to see some type of approximate value within that line item.
Right.
We can provide that.
Right, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you could always do an addendum to your budget saying based on common sense or professional opinions of people in your staff that this is what we expect to get. You can go to the tax assessor. You can go to, when they file for building permits, they have to give an estimate of what the cost of the construction is going to be. I imagine Related has already done that, been through that process. So there are ways to figure it out, but we shouldn't just figure that this is the only money that we're going to be getting. We should have a good idea of what we're going to see in the next 6 months, 7 months, additional funds coming into the agency. Because that will clearly make a big difference in what projects we do and the types of projects we do.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Arces, you can continue.
Okay. So I saw that page up. Okay. So we'll follow along. We'll continue. So our debt service Our debt service has went down from 4.1 million last year to 2.9 million this year. That is coming from the payments that we've made. So our opportunity to continue to borrow capital if necessary is still strong. So as we go along with the process within the life of our CRA, we'll continue to pay off that 2.9 million, and we'll keep you all up to date with that as well. Our next page, we have the organizational chart, and within the organizational chart, I'll just skim over some things, but be more succinct. We do have $50,000, or excuse me, with our organizational chart, we are proposing that we have 15 clean and safe ambassadors. Our clean and safe ambassadors are, I believe, vital to our CRA, and they've done tremendous work. They've done work throughout the CRA and also provided an essential resource to the city overall. So we'll look to continue that by adding a full-time employee to our clean and safe staff. We're also looking to fill in that planning and development role, planning and development director and or manager role. We are looking as a staff for that individual as we speak right now. We're looking for specific criteria, but one of the things that we are looking for is someone that will grow within the CRA and work hand in hand with the different development projects that we have. I'd like to focus our attention on the administrative operations. And in our administrative operations, we are looking to mirror all pay and benefits adjustments aligned with those granted to the City of Riviera Beach employees, ensuring equity and consistency across the administrative personnel. We're also looking to maintain all the travel and training funding for our board members, which will be $50,000 overall, and for training and travel purposes, along with $6,000 for our special events for all of our board members. In our Marina Event Center, we are looking to continue our renovations for the Marina Event Center. We started off with phase 1 of the Marina Event Center and the renovations. Taking a look at the flooring and the carpet that you all see here as we speak right now. We've done some major improvements in the event center for our phase 1 project. And our phase 2 project, we are looking to go ahead and do more modifications on that exterior of the event center space, along with launching of new facility improvements, including new tables and chairs within the event center phase. This is all in an effort to attract more clientele, more customers, more patrons to our event center to enjoy the amenities that we have in this event center space.
Madam Chair.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Miller Anderson, then Dr. Spears.
The clean and safe administration and neighborhood ambassadors line item. What did you say? How many were you you said a full-time person that's being added?
We are looking to add Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
We're looking to add 1 full-time staff person into that clean and safe operations.
Okay, because as you're talking, I'm trying to match up last year's amount with this amount. I think it's increased by 200,000, I think. Do you have any numbers for any of the information that you're discussing? Any figures?
Yes, we do. That is provided in the overall budget book.
Right, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that and comparing it to the one from last year. And I'm trying to jump between 2 and 3 different screens, but I think it's showing like a $200,000 difference, I believe.
Are you talking about in salary, Commissioner?
Clean and Safe Program Administration and Neighborhood Ambassadors. I don't know. That's all it says. Administration and Neighborhood Ambassadors.
So last year at that time period, we didn't have a clean and safe manager. That clean and safe manager was added this year to our staff, and we are also looking for an additional full-time employee to the clean and safe team.
So that's the $200,000.
When we're talking about salary, including benefits
And the benefits.
and, further other resources for that employee.
Is it possible for you all to kind of break out what these, what the amounts represent?
Itemized budget. We asked the city for that too. We need these items, I mean, like basically broken down a little bit more than they are.
Yes,
Kind of, it gives us an overview, but we really don't have an idea specifically about either positions or about departments or divisions that you have. So if you can break this down a little bit more so that we can have an idea of exactly where the money is being put in terms of, say, for instance, like the clean and safe, what is salaries, what is insurance, what is, that kind of
Broken
thing.
down to the T.
Yeah,
We will
yeah.
look to do that, yes.
Madam Chair? So like if there is a manager that's being added, say you have one manager unit for 300,000, whatever it is,
Mhm.
so that we know, because like I said, the only thing it says is administration and neighborhood ambassadors. So I don't know what that means or what that includes. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so just to add on to what my colleague said, this is an itemized budget that we're asking for, so we don't want to see just one number for clean and safe. We want to see the specific
whole thing.
positions and what those positions are being paid, and what the salaries and benefits are, price-wise. So that's an itemized budget, and I think that we deserve to have that before we make a final decision. Second matter, you're talking about the Marina Event Center. I think I saw 174,000, whatever is revenue. Is that what I saw in the budget?
No,
How much
the
was
clean and safe
The
is
Marina Center, the event center.
excuse me, the Marina Event Center. We have that as other revenue, and that's a broken down of the event center activities that happen within the space, along with the Marina Village overall. So we're taking a look at, we have $492,951 for other revenue.
So that's coming from the Marina Event Center.
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me how much it costs to operate this center?
I think that's why we need to break down so we can have an idea about that.
We'll have those numbers.
And also too, I'm looking at why was the economic development manager deleted?
The economic development manager was deleted after speaking to staff. We made a considerable decision to cut that position because we've never filled that position for about 2 to 3 years. We've been looking for that individual and we have yet to fill that position. I believe that staff, we as a staff make considerable effort in terms of economic development throughout our CRA, and we're looking to go ahead and improve on economic development. I think we can do that with our project managers and along with other staff members as well.
So that funding is being distributed over other positions.
Correct.
What was let me ask, what was the cost allocation from the city in terms of joint ventures?
The cost of the city was by, I believe, 200,000. Yeah, $200,000 between the city and the CRA.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
We're going to go to a brief overview for the clean and safe operations. I want to start off by saying that we will continue our police partnership with the City of Riviera Beach Police. They've done a phenomenal job with not only improving the aesthetics of the Broadway corridor, but also providing specific resources for our homeless and taking care of our vagrancy issues throughout the CRA. As I stated earlier, we're looking to increase our staff of our clean and safe ambassadors from 14 to 15. And we're looking to also mirror all pay and benefit adjustments aligned with those granted to the City of Riviera Beach employees as well. We want to move forward to our neighborhood services and provide a brief overview with that. We are looking to continue the Villa La'Ans project. We are in the middle of our phase one for this project, where we just did a groundbreaking ceremony for the 12 level townhomes, and we're looking to go ahead and fund a phase 2A for this project as well. We have plans to continue our discussions with our representative of the CDC, our executive director of the CDC, on how much money is needed for the phase 2A of the Villa La'ans project.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm glad you brought that up. I sure hope you don't come to this board expecting to get $400,000 unit subsidy for your second phase of that project.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I sure hope that we don't need to come to the board for that second iteration of it. But I understand what you're saying, sir, and we will look to make sure that that is not something that we will accomplish. We will look to go ahead and make sure with the budgeted items that we have, we'll stay true to those numbers.
You do understand what I'm saying.
I understand
You
fully.
understand the construction cost. Next time you come to us, you give us a detailed architect or engineer's estimate on the construction, and you make sure the project goes out to bid.
Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
as this was done before me, I understand what you said, and I understand clearly what you said. I understand the direction, and that will be done.
So tell me, what is the cost to the CDC? Did I see this in here?
Surely. Can you repeat that question again?
Cost to the CDC?
What is the cost to the CDC?
What are we giving the CDC?
Okay.
I didn't see that. I might be missing it.
For phase 2A, we're giving, or we're proffering to the board a cost of $1.5 million.
That was already budgeted, I'm assuming.
Excuse me, I thought you were talking about Villa La'ans. You're saying the cost to the CDC is, I believe, to the tune of $125,000.
I got you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
can we get a breakdown of that funding, of what their budget is, the CDC, and what they're spending their money on?
I'll have the executive director of the CDT to opine on that.
Thank you.
Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, and also the Executive Director. The money in the budget is provided for project management for the Villa La'ans project, and we can provide that to you.
I'd like to get that, thank you.
I'm sorry?
I would like to see those numbers, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
For clarification, I understand that Commissioner Spiritus would like to make sure that if we go through a procurement process, the CDC goes through a procurement process, it's done as in the traditional sense of a procurement process. But I believe that in the past, there was a decision made through the board that the procurement process for the CDC is an independent item, and the CDC goes through their own procurement process. Now, if we do need any type of clarification on that or any type of direction, I'd like to get that tonight in terms of any type of procurement.
I'm sure. Okay, so when we approved the $400,000 per unit, I was under the expectation that you were going to put this project out to bid. That's not what happened. I read the CDC's procurement. I read the CDC's procurement procedures.
The project I'm talking about, which one?
Lawns.
Okay.
When we gave that's the 1.5 million.
Okay.
When we gave that, I specifically brought it up and asked if it was going to go out to bid, and I was told yes, it was, and you're going to follow the procurement procedures. I read the CDC's procedures. There's a couple of real unusual ways of awarding a project with the CDC's proposal. You could have put it out to bid, but it was not put out to bid. One developer was chosen and given the project. That's not what I call putting a project out to bid or following a proper procurement procedure. That's not fair to other local contractors and GCs. I would hope that we don't follow that same procedure again, because I will certainly vote no unless I get uh, an assurance that it's going to go out to bid, an open bid, where other people are going to have an opportunity to bid on the project.
Chair? Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was confirming.
Yeah, and that just goes for everything that comes out of the CRA. Everything that especially is substantial needs to go out for bid. Period.
Right, Madam Chair? But what they were doing was they circumvented the CRA by saying we gave the money to the CDC, so they didn't have to follow CRA's procurement procedures. They only had to follow CDC's procurement procedures.
But if we're funding the CDC, then they have to go through.
That's what I would think,
Yeah.
but that's not what happened.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
it's my suggestion that any future resolutions awarding those type of projects that can be put into the resolution to require that they have some type of public bid process. If it so that can be put into the resolutions that you pass to ensure it.
That'll work.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, go
Can
ahead.
you just be specific? Who is they?
I think the executive director can give you the name of the general contractor that's doing this project.
Okay, that's okay. The general contract. Okay, thank you. I just.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Okay. All right, as we continue to our 2026 continuing projects, like to go ahead and take a focus on our, I'm proposing that we take a look at our commercial grants. In our commercial grants, we are slated to propose $230,000 for commercial grants. Our Found Care design for our office space, along with the restaurant incubator program, which I may add is going into a solicitation process very soon. That is at $100,000 for the design. Also, our signage grant program, that's moving along, and we're looking to go ahead for $222,000 to move forward with that grant program as well. Reclaim. Reclaim provides opportunities for single-family homeowners. We're looking to continue that opportunity at $263,000. And our Renaissance program, which provides mortgage assistance to homeowners, we're looking to continue that program for $400,000. Our Found Care tenant build out, again, that's dedicated to our office space along with the restaurant incubator space. That is at $100,000. And our Lakeview Park, we've proposed a $200,000 for Lakeview Park. And in that specific line item, we're doing projects with the city, a slated series of projects with the city's development services team, along with their engineering division, for infrastructure improvements, the allocation to the seawalls, along with sidewalk improvement and other necessities for that area. We're also taking a look at.
Yes. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. What were you saying?
For Lakeview Park, $200,000 is dedicated for a master plan for the infrastructure improvements for that area.
Okay, go ahead.
So since you're speaking about Lakeview Park, I believe that I brought up at one of the meetings that there was $900,000 that was supposed to go to related, but after I read the contract, it's very clear that they don't get the $900,000 if they get money from any other sources of funding, which they received a substantial amount from the county, the state, and federal tax credits. So therefore, that $900,000, and I saw you had it in the budget, but I believe that Commissioner Miller Anderson and myself brought up at the meeting that we would like to see that money split between Monroe Heights and Lakeview Park. for projects in those areas, and I don't see that money budgeted anywhere. I see the money there, but I don't see it going into
Park
those.
Manor, she said.
Park Manor, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Park Manor, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I thought,
You should have left, right?
I thought the money was supposed to be budgeted for those two communities, yet I didn't see it done that way. I just saw it sitting there.
For the 900,000, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
For the $900,000, we have that amount allocated for element 8 with the construction and development cost for that specific um, development. We will look for other funding sources for especially Park Manor and Lakeview Park. With Lakeview Park, we're at currently right now dealing with or taking a look at the scope of services for to address the infrastructure issues in Lakeview Park. We'll look to do the same this fiscal period for Park Manor as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't understand why the developer isn't making those improvements to number 8. Why do we have to spend that money? We're talking about $500 million project. I don't understand why we have to put $900,000 in there. They're gonna get that money one way or another? Is that what this is all about? That money is not supposed to go to them according to the contract. They're supposed to do their own infrastructure, not us.
What is this about?
This is the $900,000 that was budgeted for the related project at the marina. But the contract specifically stated that if they receive any funding from any other source, they don't get that $900,000. They receive millions and millions and millions from the county in workforce housing. They receive money from the state for workforce housing. They receive low-income tax credits. So clearly, they're not entitled to $900,000 that we had, that was in the contract. So that money is up to us to decide how we want to spend it. We had this discussion approximately, I don't know, 8 months ago or whatever, and we decided that we wanted to see that money go into those two communities since they're being impacted by those projects, by the marina development.
Um, I'm gonna have to agree with that one. That is, I did not know that. I did not know that there was a caveat that said that if they get funding from other sources, that yeah. So that definitely has to be redistributed across the CRA's budget. That's not happening.
Madam Chair, if I may, perhaps to bring some clarity,
Please.
The Element 8 project originally came to the CRA for the tax credit inducement of $640,000. In their capital stack, they initially asked for $900,000. In the agreement that was negotiated with the CRA and with Related, it said that if they found other sources of funding, soft sources of funding, that it would not be necessary for the CRA to contribute that 900,000. If you all would recall, a very spirited and difficult discussion that you all had with Related approximately 2 years ago, and it was a meeting over at Clean and Safe, where they had originally said they needed, I believe, like $6 million from the CRA. And of course, you all said no. When they reallocated their capital stack, they included the 900,000. Subsequently, when they went to the state for the live local, for the sale money, and when they applied to the county, their capital stack included the 900,000. So they've gone through underwriting and approval for the 1.5 billion from the CRA. And either at last month's meeting or the month before, when you all approved the closing documents, that was still included. It's part of their capital stack. This discussion about taking the 900,000 to reallocate it among the communities came up last year, I believe, during budget season or during various discussions. And it was promised that the CRA, if they had the money, would look for other line items or other um, leftover revenue to assist Park Manor and Lakeview Park. The 200,000 is there. We're carrying over in our capital budget, but we are obligated. They're within days of closing on Element 8, and we are bringing to the table $1.5 million.
Madam Chair?
You all approved the note and mortgage, if I'm not mistaken.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that's a horrible explanation. I understand what you said, but that is a horrible deal that was made for the city. They receive, how much money did they receive from the county? Mr. Director, do you know?
Roughly 16.
16 million,
No,
right?
I'm sorry, 16 million from the state and approximately 4 million from the county.
That's $20 million they received in subsidy on this project, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're getting tax credits on top of it, aren't they?
I believe so. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And we have to give them $900,000?
I did not negotiate.
That's not-
This was an amount that was agreed upon years ago in the agreement.
You know, in the agreement, I read the agreement. The agreement said that they don't get the money if they get money from some other source. But you're telling me now that the note that we approved included that money, and no one told us that. And I brought up that $900,000 numerous times before that note was approved, and no one came to me and advised me of that. And not happy, obviously. And I'm still going to question this. I think that this is, I'm going to look, I want to see all those documents. Please make copies of those notes for me. I'd like to see all those agreements, all those notes, and all of the paperwork that went with it. I want to see all the emails and all the letters that went into that negotiation for the note.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If I remember through review of past meetings, I remember Commissioner Spiritus, you reiterating that 900,000 should not go anywhere because of the fact that they are receiving money from the county and the state. We are not moving that money. That money is still in our coffers, sir. We still have the opportunity to see forward where that money should go, how we can appropriate that further, and we will continue to do so. What you're asking for, we will provide it to you, but I wanted to provide a clarification as to what you stated at last meetings, at previous meetings, in terms for this $900,000.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
But that's not what your executive director of the CDC just said, or your neighborhood services director. She said that it's already, that money is already budgeted in the note, that we have to give them that money because they're expecting it as part of their note to meet their local share, I guess.
So it means that there needs to be some clarity with this. So could you provide us some information in regards to this? We need to know one thing. Are we obligated to give this to them or not? And then you can tell us that through an email. Tell us
We'll do that.
if we're obligated. If we're not legally obligated, then that's another story. But we need to know if we're legally obligated to doing that. Because I know that, that whole fiasco, I kind of, it's a blur because of all of the things that we went through back and forth with trying to get that project off the ground. So yeah, let us know if we are legally obligated to do that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I was only trying to explain what has been when the capital stack was firmed up and what has been in the discussions, all of the documents for several years, and they are in closing.
So we can see if that's a legal obligation that we have or not. That is for the executive director and for our attorney to get back with us and let us know that tomorrow.
We'll get back to you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I don't know that we're gonna truly get through this tonight. Like we need to be able to get through it.
Yeah,
because I'm really.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
not. I mean, I think we're rushing through it, and like you said,
I think that we need to have just like we would have in the city, just that we would have a couple of hours dedicated to it by itself.
Right.
I don't see a problem with that. That we have a meeting that is dedicated to this, especially given the fact that there's a lot of projects that are coming online. There's a lot of additional revenue that has happened, and that we really want to take a really good look at this because this is going to last us for the next year. So could you have your people to get with the CRA board to figure out a time that we can come back and do 2 hours just with the budget?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
So we will present, or we will look to present, our next iteration of the budget at the next September 10th meeting. And then we will look to go ahead and,
No, we don't need a second iteration on the 10th. We need a meeting before September 10th.
Yep.
That is 2 hours. That is for the budget only, um, for this board. And you can get
Ma-
with each one of the members of the board so that we can figure out what days work for each of us.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Director, historically, the CRA has done budget workshops outside of the regular meeting. So what we want to do is make sure we get this done, as Madam Chair said, at least 2 hours, a bare minimum, to go through this budget and just identify the budget. We had a long, contentious meeting, a lot of information tonight, but we want to make sure that we can have an opportunity to prepare this budget the same way that we do on the city side with the CRA side, based upon what the Executive Director and our staff recommends.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you please give us a number of different days too, so that we can choose?
Yeah. I propose to us some days and times. Of course, would have to be after 5, starting at 6, whatever day, and get with each member and find out what days work for each of us. I know that Tuesdays and Thursdays sometimes doesn't work for people in the school system. You good? Okay. Okay, cool. So let us know, and we need to have this done before September 10th, because when we come back on September 10th, we need to be able to have firmed up where we are with this budget.
absolutely.
All right, very good. Are there any,
On that one item, the audit, people really.
yeah, we'll move that one. Are there any, comments from the executive director?
Thank you, Chair. I do have some comments. What you have before you in your agenda packet is what we're looking to present to you all for the September 10th meeting. I also want to um, discuss with you all, or let you all know that, excuse me, that the RFP for the Marina Village Phase 2 is out as of tonight on BidNet. So we are looking forward to that process. We will I'll follow up my message with a letter to board discussing the cone of silence procedures, and attached to it will be the RFP as well.
So we're gonna go out.
When did it go out? Today.
Oh, today, okay. And when is it due back?
We're having it due back for 90 days.
Oh, that's a bit long.
Chair?
That's a bit long for, yeah, that's too long. It would have to be 60 at least. But 90, that's too long. We have been with this RFP and this project for 10 years. So please, could you breaking that down to 60 days?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
We will do that.
Thank you, sir. Anything else, Executive Director?
Chair? No, we do not.
And thank you so much, Executive Director, for your hard work. We really appreciate it. Your staff, your attorney, we appreciate you guys' hard work. We know that sometimes it gets a little frustrating, but we all had at that, so yeah, you'll get used to it. But thank you so much for your time and for your effort in trying to make sure that we're on the right track. Mayor, I'm sorry, Attorney.
None, Madam Chair.
Mayor?
Thank you for allowing me to
Okay,
speak.
Mayor.
Madam Chair, I appreciate you
Mayor.
allowing me to speak, Madam Chair. You want to leave me for last?
Let me leave you for last. Go ahead, Dr. Spears.
I would just hope that the board will come up with some sort of compromise for Singer Island. Clearly, the concern is the 25-story zoning in that area. And that's not something that we can wait a long time on, because as I said to you, once the developers submit their proposals to the building department legally, we are not going to be able to stop that project. You can't do, and we have our counsel here, you know, spot zoning is illegal. You can't approve one project in one area and then not approve it in another area when it's the same project on the same size of property. They'll take you to court, they'll claim spot zoning, and we will lose on that. So I would hope that we would come back and come up with some sort of compromise that would make the people on Singer Island satisfied. We've done that with Lone Pine. We've done it with other projects. I would hope that we will do the same with this situation as well.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Davis?
Thank you for everybody that came out tonight, but I also wanted to just make a quick announcement because we don't have too many meetings, but there is going to be another meeting with the Barracuda Bay Aquatic Center, the revocation meeting, and our Commissioner Bobby Powell will be there, and we're asking you to all just come out to learn a little bit more about the relocation process, express your concerns, and it's going to be 6:30 next Thursday, September 4th, at Fire Station 87, which is 2799 Avenue H, West Riviera Beach. Again, you can get information from the legislative office. We'll have flyers. You can call my office. I'll give you flyers, but just want to share that with the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller Anderson? Mayor?
Madam Chair, thank you. And I was told earlier that I have to sound out my words, so I vehemently, as I was told earlier, oppose the request to be censored from this board. So I thank you, commissioners, for voting to allow for the historic date of allowing me to speak on this board and to be a representative and a voice for the people. Essentially, this is historically what we've seen. It's not actually mentioned in our charter and our bylaws, but as a board, as an ex-official member, I want to just allow for the voice that's been spoken out. I want to make two announcements that the Housing Authority that had an item tonight is something that the mayor actually appoints the Housing Authority board members. So it would not make any sense to allow for a mayor not to speak on certain items. So thank you to my colleagues that supported that item. There is an event that's going to be coming up September 9th. The Housing Authority is looking to do a small ribbon cutting with the commissioners. Our chair will be sending out a request to everybody to invite them. It's going to be for the multifamily. And Madam Chair, I know everybody's ready to go tonight, so I appreciate the time and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And we are adjourned.